Have fun.
Bye bye.
I'm getting.
Hello there. Lots of news today. Where did yesterday's artwork go? There it is. Didn't want to get that wrong. Wait, what? Weird. Okay, the tweet is live. Long live the tweet, chat. Do me a favor, go give that some love. Okay. Rod Chang gonna be after that headpiece? Probably. Yeah, the artist didn't quite do this one widescreen, but I cropped it to fit. Hello, everybody. That's event before Annie should be the Bakken one, correct? Yeah, we definitely, like, last full event that you have for Annie is Bakken, but we should have the, should have obviously Trom 6.5 that is, and the main interlude for Tunguska. It also appears like they're going to try to fit in the Grail front, which I don't really know why they need to. Trying to do that is probably a bad idea for them, but they did. So it be what it be. Yeah, Pope is next here. Hello, Zafir. Okay. Let's get this party started. Good day. Hello, Opie. How are you? Here is today's artwork chat. Go give the artists some love. And we will be getting started here now. So today was a very eventful Monday. I was busy almost the entire day. Basically had a dentist appointment this morning. And then I'm trying to think, just ended up having tons of conversations with people throughout the entire day, plus all the news breaking across things that was just kind of wild. First up on the agenda was basically the how do I put this? Like the Helldivers news that was kind of going on all weekend, and to reiterate a little bit what Bob was saying, I'm sure a lot of people were at the point where they either cared deeply about it or felt like it was overwhelming and they didn't care about it anymore. It's like the entire internet was going on fire, at least gaming wise, over the entire weekend. But it was definitely an interesting thing. It looks like Sony has caved, quote unquote. And the reason that I say quote unquote is because at least as of right now, last I've heard, some of the countries are still banned on the Steam, from being able to purchase the game on Steam. So it's not fully undone yet. If you guys are unfamiliar with what happened, basically, Helldivers 2 is a game that was published by Sony, and it came out and basically just had a ton of success. But it had some issues early on in its launch with server capacity because the developer just did not anticipate the demand for the game. And so as a result, it basically ended up being a thing where the developers, while they had originally had a requirement to link your account with the PlayStation Network, and it had set it on the Steam page and everything, they had temporarily turned it off. And I guess some people never had to sign up for it. I was someone that did it day one and I had to, but I guess already literally by day two, in order to help them with the server issues, they did not turn it back on. So in the process of that, it had been off for several months now, and Sony had announced, or rather Arrowhead, the developer that made Helldivers, announced that they were going to be turning it back on. I saw a lot of confusion over the weekend, people being like, why do they have to do it? It's pure greed and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I shouldn't have popped that there. Don't get me wrong. I think it is in a roundabout way, it's absolutely pure greed. It's Sony trying to basically establish at least a foothold within the PC market. But directly and implicitly on this, no, it looks like the decision to force the linking occurred months before launch, and that the reason they needed to turn it back on was they were not able to actually ban people. So when you had people that were in your game just killing you left and right and griefing basically and not actually playing the game, you could report them and they could do nothing about it because they basically couldn't see or do anything on the report. So that was kind of one of the issues. And I saw people be like, oh, well, they could just use Steam system and stuff. And I'm like, well, for starters, there's crossplay. So I don't know how Steam would be able to do anything about basically the PlayStation side of things. And simultaneously, still, even with regards to this, it's how the game was coded. And while they could potentially make a change, that would have taken time. So the one thing I kind of kept seeing regurgitated over the weekend was these hot takes of basically minimal attention span, where nobody was actually thinking about the time and effort that any of these changes would take to make. And basically we ended up seeing that even though this kept getting worse over the weekend and people kept getting more upset, that apparently throughout the entire weekend, Arrowhead was talking to Sony. So it's one of those things where it looks like basically the community coming together, and I think it was either Thursday or Friday where the news broke, but a bunch of people started bombarding the game with negative reviews, and that appears to be what actually got Sony to sit down with Arrowhead. But we don't know, right? We'll never actually hear the actual reasoning for it. All we know is that Arrowhead was actually able to get Sony to come to the table and say hey, look, this is not a good thing. You're going to kill our game. And I think Sony, at least to their credit, realized yeah, hey, this is probably not a good idea for us, because if they didn't cave, any subsequent game they tried to release that they would hope would sell well would not sell well, because people would hold it to them, people would be deeply upset about it, and it just wouldn't be a thing. And the refunds, no, that's why I'm saying it. I actually don't think the refunds actually came into play. Like, to a degree, I'm sure they didn't want to have to refund everybody and they realized it would be bad, but I don't think that was the main determining factor. And let me state this. Sony doesn't give a shit about your money in that regard. They make way too much. You want to know why? You're staring at it right now on screen. Sony makes bank off of certain other things. One drop in the bucket's not a big deal to them. They're more concerned with perception and everything like that. So I don't think that was it, right? It's not a monetary issue that made Sony balk so much as, and this is the way I would put it, it's not current money, it's the possibility of gaining more money in the future. That's what will make them, think harder about that sort of thing. So, yeah. But anyways, that was the whole spiel. Basically, Sony caved. Sony said, hey, look, okay, fine. We're not going to require PlayStation Network linking, at least for now, right? Like, we have no idea what they're going to do in the future. They didn't say, like, forever or anything like that. But as it stands right now, somewhere in that process over the weekend, Steam, like, prevented the game from being sold to users that lived in countries that the PlayStation Network was not in access to. So, like, if you lived, like, for instance, CZ basically lives over in the Philippines. The Philippines is not a country that has PlayStation Network access, so they can no longer sell to anybody in the Philippines. And that's why I'm saying, like, technically Helldivers have won. Technically they haven't, because until that's undone, there's nothing stopping Sony from eventually just twisting it back. And we kind of said the same thing about, if you guys remember, the whole like Hasbro debacle with Wizards of the Coast and the OGL for D&D that happened way back in January of the prior year. It was the same deal where, like, yeah, they won, but people said, but there's technically nothing to stop them from trying it again. So it's a, like, okay, we won, but for how long, right? So, and that's kind of what I'm saying here is, it's a win, but we really don't know. Will Sony try to double down? I expect they probably won't on Helldivers. It'll be curious to see what they do on other games in the future. But and to be clear here, at least to say what I think is probably Sony's goal in all of this, Sony is probably trying to, again, establish that foothold. They see everything that Microsoft is doing with Xbox. They see that apparently Xbox plans to decouple Game Pass and actually make it be a thing that's on every device, including PlayStation. And they're probably thinking, we need to be doing more of the same. So I think that was why, like, if you go all the way back months prior to release of Helldivers 2, they said, sure, you can do it, but you got to do it with us. And I saw a lot of people being like, why would you sell your soul like that, Arrowhead? And it's like, because your game doesn't get produced if they don't sell it. Like basically, they can sit there, but Sony is the one keeping the lights on until they make the money from that game. That's what a producer does. They largely help you with the actual production of the game and help fund it until it actually gets released. So a lot of people will sit there and say, like, oh, they never should have done that. But when the guy holding all the money and is the one paying everyone's paycheck says, you're going to put this in your game, you're probably going to put it in your game. You definitely don't have to, but it is definitely a consideration that you have whenever you choose to work with a publisher. Some choose not to, some choose to. It really just depends. And there's an upside and a downside to each of those relationships. Again, if you potentially go with someone like Sony, you get a lot of money, you get a lot of support, a lot of know-how in doing that, versus going with a smaller publisher. You maybe don't have nearly as much support, nearly as much funding, and maybe not as much marketing at your fingertips either, and maybe your game never gets discovered. So there is a big chunk of reasons why companies will choose to go with a bigger publisher. And I'm not going to fault any company that decides to do that. But I do think, at least now as we move forward, this does, in a good way, give developers a little bit more, like, negotiating power in those circumstances. As a future developer goes, hey Sony, oh, and like, what do you want from us? And Sony goes like, okay, well, I want you to attach PlayStation Network. That's at least the developer's way of either saying, well, hold on, look at all the debacle that happened here, or hey, why don't you try to expand the like number of countries that PlayStation Network is in? Because if you're going to shackle it to us, we have to seriously rethink our relationship, because you're literally limiting our sales. So that's at least going to cause that awareness now moving forward on the negotiating side of things. Super Taxi Man, thank you for the 2 years. Hot damn. Jade, thank you for the 53. Shaq, thank you for the 38. Darth, thank you for the follow. I was offline. I don't know. It seems like trying that again would be illegal. Nope. There's nothing illegal about it. Like, chat, take yourself out of being like armchair internet legal expert. Yes, there might be something that could be argued. They could be taken to court over it, but there's really nothing to stop someone like Sony from doing it, right? That's the problem that you have. You are the impediment to it, not a lawyer. You're the ones that have the voice and can actually say things. That is what I think a lot of people should come out of this learning, is that as gamers, you have to have a little bit more respect for yourself and stand up for things that are wrong. And this is kind of what I was saying before, is that like, if you look at sort of what players will and won't tolerate, the reason you guys keep getting fleeced overall is because you're willing to tolerate certain things. If you don't tolerate it, it will stop happening. Why? Because ultimately the gaming business is about making money. And if there's no money to be made because of the stupid decisions of a developer or a publisher, those decisions will stop getting made, right? Like, they're just going to go and say, hey, no, that didn't work. Let's stop doing that. And so it's the same thing with things like battle passes, with things like DLC. Again, you want the price of DLC to be better? Stop tolerating the $20 cosmetic. Stop tolerating the, like, crazy, absurd, well, you should support the game $50 DLC. Don't do that sort of thing. It's not worth it, right? Stop rolling gacha. Yeah, no, I mean, to a large degree, you want gacha games to be more fair. Either don't participate in gacha games or play them free to play. And I think that is the truth of the matter. The problem, and I say this as a whale, is that like, people will always want what they want. That is the downside, is like, you have to realize that they're going to try to tempt you with things that you want. And it's on you as an individual to decide whether or not that's worth. But there's also nothing to stop you from becoming a little bit more activist and trying to bring awareness to it either. I will say, though, don't become that activist. What do I mean by that activist? Don't be the asshole sitting there harassing the developers on their Discord. Anyone that did that over the weekend did fucking nothing. They did not help anyone. They just made everybody's life more miserable, including their own. So I don't really understand the people trying to do that. There were also apparently people that were review bombing Helldivers 1, so much that the CEO had to come out and say, like, listen, we told you guys to voice yourselves, but like, this had nothing to do with it. Why are you destroying the reviews for this game? So, like, basically, I kind of understand at that point, and I empathize more with the developer than I do the gamer on that side of things. So, again, it's always up to you to determine how you respond to something. And there are ways to do it with class. There are ways to make your voice heard without being the asshole, right? Don't be the asshole. Because I said this privately in VIP over the weekend chat, but I did say this is probably sending a bad message to Sony. Like, if people all start like trying to refund and everything like that, that does not incentivize Sony to do what you want. Now, and it basically would end up bankrupting the developer. But here's the thing about this. And I said this was probably going to have a negative repercussion on it. I did, in fact, see someone today on Twitter that had people that follow them from Sony saying, hey, because of the reaction to this, You should never try to sell on PC first ever again. So that's what I'm trying to say. I think that dude's a dumbass, but you guys got to understand Sony might listen to someone like that. So you have to be careful with that sort of thing. You have to conduct yourself well. You have to make them realize, look, don't fuck with the PC gamers, but also at the same time, if you do the right thing, we'll have your back. If you don't do the right thing, we will not tolerate it. So it just has to be a line in the sand, and you just have to be respectful with it. But, you know, that's the problem, is you're going to basically give people the wrong idea if you start becoming like frothing at the mouth and like going after people. Rayless, thank you for the 44. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate your support. You guys keep me going. So, that was gaming news number one. And then today we had, you know, obviously the news breaking of that kind of going the right direction. So we started having good gaming news. For starters, and I have to start with this, the biggest gaming news that came out today, by far, is that Ahmad Best will be playing Darth Jar Jar in Lego Star Wars. I don't care what else happened today. That is the most monumental change. I just find it really funny that they're actually going to do the Darth Jar Jar meme and put it in Lego Star Wars. That's great. Who? Ahmad Best is the guy that played Jar Jar Binks. If you're not a huge Star Wars fan, you won't know this, but the prequels were originally not received very well. Like they were by I think the kids, but not so much by the adult old fandom of Star Wars. And basically, as a response to a lot of that, certain actors didn't feel very good about their role, particularly Ahmad Best, because he played Jar Jar Binks. And he apparently almost committed suicide over it years ago. This is a thing that kind of got well documented in the past. So, needless to say, the community has tried to be like way more understanding at times of the actors. We still see some people like, again, I'm just going to be frank with you guys. I don't like the sequels for Star Wars. I don't think they're good at all. Okay. But I'm also not somebody that's going to go like after the actual actors and blame that on them. I think the sequels aren't good because they weren't written well, not because the actor's fault, right? Like, so it's me being able to decouple that. And even still, like, I don't think I would still go after the writers on a personal basis. I would just say that their work was trash, if anyone asked me. But I would not, like, try to go get up in their face and do anything to them. So that's sort of the problem, is I think over the years, people have realized, like, hey, wait, no, that's not a good thing. But there's still a couple of bad apples out there on the internet because it's the internet. And so there's always going to be somebody that's going to go after people. Have I streamed Lego Star Wars? No, I've actually never played Lego Star Wars. I have seen people play it, including my nephews, but I've never played it myself. We no longer blame actors anymore. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You could have like an actor where there's an issue. So, for instance, with the Ahsoka series, I'm not very convinced that, and I think she's a great actress. It's Rosario Dawson that played Ahsoka. I think she's a great actress, but I don't think she was either a good fit or didn't do that well acting that role. That I could like maybe say is her fault, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much of it she was told. Like was she told to go watch the original series? Was she basically told in any way, shape, or form how the character should be and should act? I don't know. So at that point, it's very difficult to say how much of that is the actor's fault still. But at least I could say that that's a performance that I didn't think went too well. But there's still ways of being constructively criticizing of it and, you know, being still respectful to the person. Yeah. Hey, do you think it's worth leveling a second copy of Cranking to level 100? It's probably not worth level 100ing it, but getting a second MLB is never a bad thing. Like, I'm going to say, if you're, like, sitting there thinking, like, ooh, man, do I have to grind in order to get that second MLB? No, you probably don't. But there have been times where it would have been nice to have one. But I will say, also consider this aspect that basically a level 100 aerial drive versus a level 100 cranking, there is a difference there, but the difference is minimal. So if you have another like level 100 aerial drive already, I'm going to say you're definitely okay to not like level 100 the second copy of cranking. Are you liking Hades 2? How do you even know that I'm playing Hades 2? Like, I just don't even understand how you guys know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I literally am in the middle of a good run, so I didn't want to like do anything to it. They're on to you, yeah. Discord? Oh wait, can you see it through Discord? I just saw it was up. I need to buy it. Yeah, so that was obviously the other big news is we kind of got shadow dropped Hades 2 out of nowhere. Like, we knew that they were going to do early access from the first game. They had mentioned doing early access, but they had never given a date or a time or when to expect it or anything like that. We knew that they were doing technical tests, but this just kind of came out of nowhere. And like, everybody was like, what? But so far, it's doing well. For any of you that are curious of buying it, just be careful because right now it is early access, so they don't have. And like Supermassive tells you this when you log in the game, you don't have all the characters, all the powers, and all the environments in the game yet. So just keep that in mind. I'm obviously not aware of like how much breadth there is. I do know there's like 4 weapons in the game right now. And I think Bob was saying that the original Hades only had 5 in total. So, like, we'll see, right? Maybe they plan to do more weapons this time around. Maybe they're just going to keep it the same. But either way, that's kind of at least one example that I can give you of, like, hey, this is how much there is. Anyone know if the new account system for FGO is up? Ooh, I believe it comes up tomorrow, but I don't know. I'll have to see. I haven't heard anything on it today myself. Oh yeah, Bob sent me this too. So this is this is basically they've decided that they're probably going to make a new cape in Helldivers 2, basically for the negative reviews that everybody piled on to Steam. And I will say this: one, people should start correcting their reviews to positive now that this is quote unquote past. But I do respect people that don't want to yet until the rest of the other countries actually are playable again. So, but like I was saying on Discord, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a Steam thing, because once Steam started getting people demanding refunds, Steam said, hold on, if this is the case, then the game shouldn't be sellable in these countries, and restricted it themselves. So that might require Sony to actually go talk to Steam. So we'll see. We'll see when that actually ends up getting repealed, if at all. Now, chat, we are like completely done with the NA event. I did the challenge quest with you guys already. I really am just like mopping up the shop is all there is. You guys know we're going to be doing Charlie's review later tonight. But besides that, there's not like a whole lot going on. This is basically a like holding pattern. Okay. Until we end up with some form of like news on NA. The live stream is going to end up being Sunday. We were supposed to do our D&D this Sunday. I punted it for you guys. I'm not pleased about that. And the reason that I'm not pleased about that is because historically FGO usually has done its updates on Tuesdays or Fridays, which usually means a live stream on Monday or Thursday. I don't mind that. I don't understand the need to do it on a Sunday, because I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys right now, Aniplex of America's not working on Sunday. I guarantee it. So it's a pre-recorded stream. And we already kind of know that too, because they did it with Mr. 2 and all that stuff. But yeah, it's Sunday's also Mother's Day. So it just feels really weird to actually do that. But it is what it is. I think negative reviews should stay negative. That way it's always there to remind everybody of what Sony did. I don't think that's the case. Why would you want to leave a negative review always negative? So you're going to say that a game that does 99% of things right does one thing wrong, and then they correct it, that like you should keep the review negative? Like, if anything, you should correct it to be positive and say, hey, this was actually dealt with. Like, good for them. This actually did get resolved. The developer listened. The developer had our back and was on our side. That's what you should do. You shouldn't just leave it. Like, we're not saying to erase the review. We're saying to change it. Because, again, it's the same thing as people changing their good review to a negative review. right? It's why when the community went after Helldivers 1 over this mess, I was like, wait, that's not right. Yeah, exactly. That's fucked up. And I will say this, I never like that. Okay? Your review should be of the product. That's being too activist. That's being the asshole activist. If you go and try to like downvote or negative review something else that's unrelated. Earn, they give it the 34 though. Hope you're doing well today. They may try it again if we give them slack. If they try it again, you do it again. It's that simple. You just don't let them. And I know it sounds suffocating to be the eternal watchdog, but you have to. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Your review should maybe have a note of like, we briefly turned this review negative while Sony apparently tried to do this. The issue was later corrected. And I'm also going to say this, chat. Do you want good things? Do you want a game that is published well and actually is fun to play and is kind to you? If you want that, you do need to cut Sony some slack. Why? Because Sony did, for better or worse, listen and cave. And I know you don't want to give that to Sony. But how many other publishers has this happened with and they didn't cave? How many times has someone fleeced their community and just totally taken it straight to the bank and not listened? So you gotta, if you're going to get upset with this, you've got to at least give them the credit for listening to you and changing. Regardless of why or how, at least they changed their stance. It at least shows that Sony was open-minded enough to do it. Now, again, you can always rely on the fact that greed is probably what changed their mind. But at least they were smart enough to change their mind. Right? And that's all I'm trying to say, is like a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and say that you shouldn't be mindful and watchful on Sony to try and do this stuff again. You absolutely should. But you also should give them credit for at least changing their mind. Because this happened with Nintendo, wouldn't happen. If it happened with Microsoft, wouldn't happen. If it happened with literally any other one, it probably wouldn't have happened. We've seen it time and time again. Actually, I say Microsoft. Maybe Microsoft might have. Who knows? Microsoft, at least right now, is trying to appear like it's open-minded. So, but that is what it is. I guarantee you, EA would not have changed their mind. Ubisoft would not have changed their mind. So that's kind of the point, right? If they're damned whether they do or don't, they just will next time. Exactly. I've pointed out that same thing before. So I'm going to give you guys a story, okay? So my freshman year of high school, sorry, not high school, my freshman year of college, I lived basically in an apartment shared with my brother and one of his roommates. That roommate absolutely was a thief and a liar. So one day my brother went to the grocery store and he bought some Oreo cookies and brought them home. And he told me, like, you know, these are for me, but you can have some if you want. I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, I was like, that's nice of him, right? He didn't have to do that. He comes home the next day. He comes into my room. He's all angry. And he goes, why the fuck did you eat my Oreo cookies? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, don't play dumb with me. I know you ate all the Oreo cookies. And I said, what? Because I was in the middle of playing World of Warcraft then. I'm dating myself right now. I was in the middle of playing World of Warcraft, and I like was in the middle of a raid and had no idea what my brother's talking about. He suddenly just comes in and starts screaming at me, right? And I'm just like, I didn't eat your Oreos, man. And he's like, then who did? And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, he's continuing to get all angry at me. And I told him finally, I'm like, listen, I understand you're upset. I understand someone has eaten the Oreos. And this is what I told him that finally convinced him. I said, look, you can be mad at me if you want. That's perfectly fine. But if you're going to be mad at me, go get me some damn Oreos because I want to have eaten them. And it was then that he realized, okay, he didn't actually eat the Oreos. I was like, again, if you're gonna be upset, I at least want to have had the benefit of eating the Oreos, right? Like that's all I want. So it's the same concept, right? A little bit. And what we ended up finding out is the roommate absolutely ate all of them, because then my brother went dumpster diving basically in the trash and found the entire thing. The roommate had eaten all of them in like one sitting, an entire like family pack of double stuffed Oreos, and tried to like bury it in the trash. He was not pleased with the roommate. But the moral of the story, the lesson to the story is, again, if you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't, you may as well have, right? Like, if I'm going to get blamed for eating the Oreos regardless, damn, I want to have eaten the Oreos. So that's the whole point, is the next time it comes around, if you don't let Sony at least have some leniency, they're going to keep fucking doing it, because there's no reason not to at that point. If they become the evil empire in your eyes, they may as well just be the evil empire, because they can't catch a break. So, and that's kind of the moral there. But yeah, I'll never forget that story, because I've never seen my brother so angry. And well, actually, no, that's not true. There was one other time where he was angrier. And this guy, this will make you not like the roommate. Absolutely. So the same thing happened a second time with my brother's birthday cake. He was so pissed. He was so pissed. What? Yeah. And like the rudest part about this is the roommate never asked. If he had just asked, my brother would have been like, "Oh, hey, here, you can have some." He ate the whole damn thing. It is so fucked up. Like I'm only laughing because like I cannot believe someone is that stupid, right? Oh, it was a large one. Absolutely a large one. Are they addicted to sugar? How do you eat a whole cake? I don't know. Like, it wasn't the whole cake, right? Like, because I think we had each sat down and like had a slice of it. So there was roughly like 75% of the cake left. And then there wasn't. I'm like, yeah, I don't know how you eat a whole fucking cake. Thank you for the 29 months. Appreciate it, IA. Sometimes you just need cake. I guess the cake was in fact a lie at that current moment. How big was this roommate? 400 pounds. So the roommate was a pretty heavy set dude, but he was a like weightlifter. So the roommate could definitely pack some stuff away. Even then, I don't know how the fuck the man ate that entire cake. That's wild to me. It's free real estate, I guess. Yeah. It was put in the community freezer. Surely it's for me, even though I didn't put it there. And again, like I said, like no one would have cared if he took a slice. It's you ate the whole damn thing and there was nothing. So like what kept happening was my brother was like, ooh, I feel like a slice of my cake. And he goes to go get one and there's nothing. It's not like, oh, he only got like a couple scraps. No, there was nothing. It's gone. It just mysteriously disappears. And I'll never forget too, because the second time he came to me, he's like, did you eat my cake? And I was like, huh? I was like, well, he had the slice the other day. He's like, yeah, but did you eat my cake? And I was like, did he eat your cake? Just immediately I knew. I was like, there's no way. But yeah, that is a story that will always stick with me. It's probably one of my favorite stories about my brother in general, aside from the time that he hit me in the head with a shovel when I was like 5 years old. But, that's probably why I am the way that I am today. So it is what it is. That point you're setting booby traps, like putting a cake full of laxatives. Yeah, that's probably what we should have done, right? But I also think like he did it once and like, man, there had to be like some measure of guilt there. There had to be. There just had to be. Casual shovel bludgeoning. No, it wasn't even a bludgeoning. He actually hit me with the sharp end. Like he swung the shovel behind him and he didn't realize I was there, and he just like sliced me across the head. So I did get domed, but like it was just like and not the blunt part. And I'll never forget that one either, because I went inside. Like basically me and my brother were outside and we were like digging in a pit, and that's how it happened. And I went inside and I was like, Mom. Mom's like, yes, honey. And I was like, you know, my brother hit me in the head with a shovel. She's like, oh, that's good, dear. Because she was like busy like washing the dishes or something like that. And I was like, I think it's bleeding. Because like I literally had like a trail of blood down the side of my head. And she's like, oh, that's nice. What? Like just turned around and like immediately ran over to me. Streamer casually mentioned the time my brother almost murderized me. Yeah, I mean, streamer casually mentioned it because, like, chat, I don't know how many of you have a brother. Y'all know. Y'all know. You're either on the receiving end or the giving end. Y'all know. You did some shit or you got some shit. That's what having a brother is like. I didn't. Fair enough. You laugh about it as long as no one died. Yeah, pretty much. I was the older villain. Yeah, so one of the other ones was I would come home from like school, right? And then my mom would get tired and she would go upstairs to like lie down or like watch something. And like my brother would be sitting there and he'd come up to me and he'd just hit me. Like not like across the face, right? Like he just like hit me on the arm or something. Like just a real dick move, right? Just hit me. And like I'd be like, ah. And then like basically he'd hit me again. And then he would scream louder than me. He would hit me and scream louder than me. And then he would be like, Mom, he's hitting me. And I would be like, like, what the fuck? So basically, he would hit me, but then cry foul, and I would be the one that would get in trouble. And he stopped only when I started hitting him back. Is your brother older or younger? Older. Absolutely older. I'm the younger brother, but like, don't chat. These are all the stories I give you of like him doing funny and stupid shit. Trust me, I gave as well as I got. My brother does not mess with me anymore, and he knows. Actually, Blue, they give you the 20. I have 4 brothers, so there was always some sort of fighting. Yeah, oh yeah. God, I can only imagine. I can only imagine how that goes. Verbal confrontations happen frequently. Yep. Might as well do the crime then. Exactly. There you go. Same moral, same lesson. If you're going to get blamed, do it. And that's what I realized. If I'm going to get blamed, I'm going to hit my brother. It's like, all right, you're going to say that I hit you? You're going to get some bruises. One time I watched my brother eat a whole pack of Oreos and then blame me when my mother asked where they were. Ooh, that's nasty. Yeah, thankfully my brother never thought up anything like that. But to be fair, it's also because like my brother would have never done anything like that. Sure, he would hit me and like get me in trouble with mom a little bit, but like not like anything too serious, right? Like not like, oh, hey, I ate the entire thing and then blame someone else, where like the parent is going to get really mad. The parent's only angry at you for like something like that because they're just annoyed that they're having to deal with you. But when they basically realize that you have consumed something and that they no longer get anything, then they're actually going to be pissed. So that's how you got that logic. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it's funny. My brother basically set the stage for that himself. Oh, by the way, chat, this is actually one of the rare spawn nodes. I don't think you guys had ever gotten to see one with me on stream, but I managed to get into one very quickly before basically before it expired. It was like, I think it was 11 o'clock. It was going to expire, and at like 10:59 and 30 seconds, I managed to get into the node. So essentially, this is kind of what they look like. And again, they're not all the same. Some of them have different makeups. We had like a 111 node, I think, for one of them as well. But basically, this is just gonna give me like free rewards, and it's just a time limited node. It's still here only because it hasn't like expired, but it is what it is. Like once you get into the node, you'll still have it until you complete the run. Look at them sparkles, yeah. Can never get away with trying to frame my siblings because I can never keep a straight face. Usually, my brother couldn't either. Like, the only reason that worked is because my mother wasn't in the room. But the second she would come in the room, then she would know. It's like, then she would basically tell him, stop hitting your brother, right? Still had coal ovens at our house shortly after reunification. My brother put some of the glimmering coals out in the oven and they burned some stuff. Gladly, nothing really happened. Ooh. I thought you were going to say like your brother burned you or something, and I was going to be like, oh my God. That definitely takes the cake. I'm sure some people had not good relationships with their brother, and mine was largely good. Like we goofed off, we messed with each other, but for the most part, like neither of us would ever push it too far, right? So that was the difference. That's why I said like it's really weird. Oh, a golden kappa train just started happening. What? Chat, do y'all want the golden kappa? I looked over and noticed that's a thing. It's only apparently for another 20 seconds, so you better hurry. But yeah, like, just kind of funny that it basically ended up it basically ended up being like one of the times that I saw him actually at his angriest. A year ago at Christmas, I forgot to gift my dad and my sibling. Brought it over for me after I asked. She then proceeded to try and give it to my dad and say it was from the both of us. I jumped up and said, the fuck it is. We definitely do like community shopping in that regard. Well, two people, two sub gifts got wait, it's not two sub gifts though, it was just two normal subs. I'm confused. But two people got the golden kappa. My brother burned me with hot candle wax because he just wanted to test how hot it is. We both learned that day. Like the worst thing I've ever done in that regard, like, because I've definitely like burnt myself in like an oven or something before, but yeah, like only like you know, a brief like tiny little bit. Worst thing I ever did is I once touched a very hot light bulb with my hand, like straight up my fingertips. I could not feel anything with that hand for like months. It was rough. But that was the worst I ever did with that. And actually, I've been pretty lucky growing up all my life. I basically had like asthma and allergies and stuff like that. So that was always a concern. But I never really got injured. So I was very lucky in that regard that I didn't. I do remember, though, the one time I almost did. Like, and I had several instances where like I got injured, but not like broken bone injured. One of the worst ones was getting beamed in the leg with a 90-mile-per-hour fastball, like right on my shin. I had a huge like bone contusion, like a huge like inflation of my bone for a while for that. But oh no, that's technically not true. I guess I technically did get a broken finger at one point. I was playing soft toss with a dude, and the guy hit my finger with a baseball bat as hard as he could. So there was that. But besides that, I've never been injured. Damn, these suck. Why am I remembering these now? Fell down the stairs as a kid? Oof. I've been electrocuted many times growing up. Wow. Was that like accidental electrocution, or like you were just having fun with the fork in the outlet? Which, don't do that, by the way, chat. Not good for your health. And by that, I mean it might kill you, so don't do it. Oh, whoops, hold on. I actually wanted the, well, you know what? No, I think I'll leave my... Actually, how long does the half-cost campaign here go for? Is that 10 days? Holy crap. That's basically going the whole duration of the event. That's not bad. Yeah. They need to do more of that. That'll actually make people do their stuff. Unironically me except with tweezers. How do I don't want to know. You know what? Like, you think of good music as a catalyst for Creamhild? I don't know, emo? Like some kind of like dark rock or something like that. We do have to do the CQs, by the way, chat. I haven't decided which day we're gonna do it though. Maybe like Thursday or something when we're done with all the reviews. You guys can see this is my comp. I can probably get away without one of the Castorias. Sorry, this is my comp. But it's basically just been how I've been running it, and the only reason I'm not being super efficient this time around is because I did roll. I actually have the CEs for this. Accidentally pushed my cousin through a glass table. Oh. Oh. How many tell everyone I was a proud female? Damn, that's whack. Best catalyst for Creamhild is probably Siegfried. Probably. Will you play Hades 2, Cad? No. No, I will not play Hades. Yeah, I'll probably play at some point. I don't have it on the schedule for this week, but I might mix it in one of the days. I figure it's probably best to let you tryhards get through it because everyone will go like, no, Cad, you're spoiling me. And then I'll be like, I mean, it's not my problem. Test your strength for discounts. So long as I didn't sue. Damn, but if you sued him, you could have gotten all the World of Darkness books. Just think about that. You know, we're just going to go ahead and do that and try to get the 200% there for Sieg, but I don't know if it'll matter. Convert this into a Hades 2 stream after FGO. I mean, I could. Does chat want Hades 2 or Stellar Blade? Like, I'll straight up leave this one up to you. Got it. There's a poll. Go for it. Monster Hunter? I see. Hades 2 is out. It just came out, CZ. Apparently it's in early access. So it's like they don't have everything in, but it's like still playable and still has like as far as I can tell, it has the story in. So I think the only things that aren't in this, like, it doesn't have all the powers and all the environments yet. So I don't know if like the game is completable. It might be, it might not be. I'm just not sure. That is probably up to somebody that has probably already beaten it to tell me. Stellar Blade, yeah. All the sugar takes the edge off the guild. Burns when cooking and baking. Yeah, it's usually like nowadays, that's usually the only way that I like quote unquote injure myself. Although like occasionally you just like roll your ankle or some crap. Like, but aside from that, like as an adult, I really never have any threat of injury short of serious life-threatening injury, right? Like obviously that's a thing that can happen. Wait, did I just like not do Castoria Berserker stuff here? Super Giant? Oh, wait, Super Giant or Super Massive? Apparently, it's at a point where there is more content than Hades 1. Yeah, I'd believe it. I would definitely believe it. The chat's like 65-35 right now in favor, so. But yeah, like, I basically said, like, oh, I'd rather stick to the schedule, but I also didn't want to, like, I don't know, like I wanted to give you guys time to play it so that like no one would be sitting there and be like, oh, Cad, how dare you? You've beaten me to the punch. Because that does happen with you guys sometimes. Sometimes people tell me like I haven't played it yet, so. No knife accidents when cutting stuff? No, I've never had knife accidents, though my mother did. My mother apparently cut the tip of her finger off that way. Which is wild. Apparently like nowadays it's like perfectly fine for her and like you can't even really tell, but it was just like she basically shaved like the tip of her finger off and had to go to the hospital for it. Knife accidents are common. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean, damn it, I did the one thing I didn't want to do. I put double buffs on Sieg. It still works. It's still 3 turns if I do it right, but don't worry, I'll never play the game so you can't spoil it. Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, you won't see... So, chat, in fairness, you will not see the initial opening, like, segment with me because I've already played through it. I wanted to watch you play Stellar Blade since I will never buy it. Oh, don't worry. We can still play Stellar Blade. Like, a little bit... This is the problem that I keep having. So, and you guys would have to tell me, like, what you guys want to see. Would you guys like days, again, where there's, like, not an FGO day, and instead it's just full variety during the week? Because the problem with that sort of mentality is that, like, if I don't actually, like, do that, you're never going to get to see some games to completion, because there's always just going to be more games coming out that are hype that both I want to play and other people want to play. Or want to see, rather, I guess is the better term. And so as a result, like I've heard the complaints that some of you guys have said that like I bounce between games too often. And I feel that. Like I don't know what to tell you, because it's like I just don't have the time to actually do it. If I want to continue content at the pace that it's at for like FGO and continue covering like, you know, the units as they're relevant and stuff like that, it's difficult to actually be able to manage both. I'm kind of like caught between two desires, if you will. Would be nice to see more finished games. Yeah, exactly. Infinite Wealth still needs completing. Yep, I'm aware. I will say though, like one of the reasons that I haven't really touched Infinite Wealth is because in part it is very like grindy. It feels to me much grindier than the first one. So to me, it's not as good of a game so far, but that may change down the line. I don't mind watching whatever you do. Yeah. Love to watch you play the Persona games. I actually... Oh, okay, that was the Pummel Party. We did play Pummel Party over the weekend. So, chat, I do actually have both Persona 3 Reload and Persona 5 Royal. And I've never played either. Reload is weird. I got like in with Sega, and Sega started handing me some keys And in the process, they were like, hey, if you want your Persona 3 reload key, you can get it now. And I was like, I don't really have time to play it. And they were like, here's your key. And I was like, okay, I will take the free $70 game. Like, I'm not gonna not take it at that point if you're telling me I have no time limit. Normally they tell you like you need to cover the game like in X amount of time, but it was just like, here, no strings attached, and I was like, okay, sweet, I'll take that. I'll probably play it someday. Like, is what it is. But yeah, I've never gotten into the Persona series. I've heard it's good. One of my concerns has been that like these as far as games go, the Persona series might not be the best stream game, if that makes any sense, because they're very like visual novel format and they definitely take a long time. But again, it is what it is, and I'm gonna say like it may just come down to I maybe need to play one to get an idea of like, here's where the hype stuff is, here's where the important stuff is, and like be able to target that and have you guys like approve of it more. Think it's going to be knocking on your doors tomorrow? I mean, they can all they want. I could literally show them the email where I said I wasn't going to play it right away. It's not my fault anymore. You gave it to me anyways, so. Because I got the key for Infinite Wealth and I got the key for Persona 3 Reloaded from Sega. And I told them, like, well, I'm still not done with Infinite Wealth, so I'm not going to be playing Persona 3. Like, oh, Final Fantasy X's great. I would love to play Final Fantasy X with you guys. You would hate me, though, because I don't know how many of you want to sit through an entire stream of just Blitzball. I love that mini game. Never. I could hear the theme in my head right now. Oh, the lightning bolts is never that hard. Lightning bolts are pretty easy. Blitzball made me quit 10. Yeah, Blitzball was just polarizing. Either you loved it or you hated it. That's what it felt like for most people. Pinky finger is short AF. As long as we can gamba on it. What's the gamba gonna be, though? I don't, like, I'm dead serious, chat. Outside of, like, the forced Luca Goers Blitzball game, I don't think I've ever lost a Blitzball game. And there was, like, the first one or two times that I played it where I lost that game, and then every time since I figured out how to win that game, I have never lost that game ever again. So I've literally only ever lost, like, twice in Blitzball throughout all my years. So you would only be able to like gamba on like the amount. like oh, how you like what's the over under? How badly is he gonna beat their ass type stuff. I won the first Luka Gar's game. Yeah, I didn't win it the first time. How many eject shots do you get off? I think the very first time you do it, you can only get like, is it 2? I think you can only get 2 eject shots off because you just don't have enough health. But it's possible to score like potentially a third time, but it usually the way to win that game, you go shoot it into the goal and then you sit on the ball. You try to tackle it away and you sit on the ball. And that's it. That's all you do. You just go turtle. And then the round ends and the second round begins. You go eject shot them again, and then you go turtle again. And it's usually how you win the game is 2-0. Maybe 2-1 if it's spicy because they actually got a shot on your goalkeeper. If they even get a shot on your goalkeeper, they're scoring because Keepa just sucks. At least early game, he sucks. Oh, I'm aware, Straw. At one point, they could have one player that was so strong it was a joke to win all the games. Yeah. They also pull Titus out of the game before it's over. Yeah, which is just wild. Like, and don't get me wrong, Walk is actually a very good player. Like, I usually keep him on my team for no other reason. What do you think 13's main problem was? Just too linear. They do have the open world segment, but you only get that at the end. And then you might like try to cite me another game that was also linear, and I'm also probably going to tell you that it was also bad, at least in those segments, right? Like for instance, you could say 10 is too linear, but 10 had reasons to like go back and revisit all of the areas repeatedly, so it wasn't in the end. Whereas like with 13, you got done with the entire linear portion of the game, and there was never any reason to go back. Ever. Period. End of story. It was just a side scroller. So at the end of the day, to me, the only real portion of the game that is a game in actuality and not just a side-scrolling movie is basically like in 13 the like open world at the end. Do you keep the Aurochs or do you reform your team? I always reform my team. It's weird. I usually purposely try to get rid of Keepa in the hopes that the AI levels Keepa up. But depending on the AI, sometimes they never level Keepa. And it gets so difficult to level him. He's actually the unit with the highest shot value in the game, which is really freaking hilarious to me. That the goalie becomes technically the best shooter. It's a meme in that game, but it's great. Keepa gets really good enough for goalie, yeah. I recruit Waka back. Yeah, usually my team is like Titus, Waka, Nimruk, is it Pato Guado? Whichever one is the really good like midfielder, or I get Brother because Brother's just stupid fast. And then the backliners, it's usually one of the Albeds. I think it's Rop is who you get, and then Paguado, thank you. And then shit, I think I usually have like Jamal for a while, but I'm trying to remember like who else I've used in that back line. It's weird though. And then like every once in a while I might try to get like Larbite or whatever from the Kilika Goers as the other forward. Cause he basically can be better than Waka in the end. Your combat team in 10? I usually use everybody in 10. You just have to rotate them. So. But yeah, the reason I a lot of the time will go with Brother is because Brother just like at least in the mid game portion of Blitzball, Brother gets insane speed, and so you can just like usually take Brother as the midfielder with the ball and just run him straight to the enemy goal, and he will get there and be able to take a shot with no defender being in range of him. That's how fast he is. And then like eventually they get fast enough that you can't do that anymore, because that's how I've had like games where I win like 15-0 because I just take him and rush him, and I just go hot kick, hot kick, hot kick, hot kick, and just keep doing it over and over and over again. And like if you out level the enemy's goaltender by enough, they can't do crap to you. The biggest thing that will help your team though, that is so difficult to get though, is you have to get Nimruk off the Albed Sykes. And you usually have to just wait and cheese it until they finally don't renew his contract for whatever stupid reason it is. And that's it. Period. End of story. Nasu's approach to write the collab 2 years ago. How is Nasu approached to write the collab? Like, was he approached by himself? That's the only reason why I'm like, huh? But no, I heard he has a new blog post out, and apparently like something like the big like was it the Aqua fight that we just had on JP was apparently supposed to be like an entire Christmas event or something like that, which is wild. He saw his reflection and took his shot. Yeah. Listen here, me. You're gonna actually make a collab for this. But not now. You're going to make it for 2 years from now. Nasu spoiled future Mihoyo sequels with this event unironically. I mean, does he spoil future Mihoyo singles, or are you never getting a Mihoyo single? Yeah, there's your Keck weight. Isn't Dado faster? He might be. like I said, I just know that usually brother's a really good one to pick up early on because he gets so fast quickly. And then eventually, like, everybody else catches up to brother and you don't use him anymore. You just trade him. Because that's usually how it works. Younger sister was the favorite between us. Yeah. Spoiled rotten brat. No, I completely understand that. I easily get how people have siblings that are, like I said, I'm very blessed that I have siblings that I both like. I have my issues with my siblings from time to time, particularly with some of their like attitudes on things. But outside of that, like, we still have a pretty good relationship. I don't talk to them very often, though. I wish I got to talk to them more, but they basically, like, both of them moved away, so I don't really get to talk to them too much. I get to see them at the holidays, and that's about it. Which kind of sucks, but is also probably why we have such a good relationship, because we're not in each other's hair every 2 seconds. Okay, chat. It is Charlie time. Let me see here. Oh yeah, chat. We also had May the 4th over the weekend. I didn't see. Did anyone see if anything actually came out Star Wars wise? Because like we had a new trailer for the Acolyte, and that was it. Like that was like literally the only thing that I ever saw. Cad, so you're the child in charge of keeping an eye on your parents? Yeah, honestly, I probably will be. Chad, this is why I need to get out there and date and find someone. So that I'm not alone taking care of my parents, because I don't want to say that sounds miserable, but that sounds fucking miserable. Lego TIE Interceptor? Okay. And then again, for those of you guys that missed it, I did do that. Yeah, here is Charlie. I know the feel. Yeah, it's more like I at least want there to be something more in my life than just my parents, right? Like that's literally how I feel on this. Because also at some point, chat, and I don't want to get too morbid here, but like at some point your parents are going to get older and they're going to die. So if all you ever have in your life is your parents, oof, right? Like that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt no matter what, but that's gonna hurt even more. So a little bit, probably better to find someone and have someone be there for me. I literally just got rejected. Let's go. Find another one. Sucks, right? But like, I get it, and life is not easy. Finding a significant other is not easy. Some people have it easy, but most people do not. It is usually a process. For instance, I just need to find a certain type of woman. I can't. Wait, he got the upgrade here to the first skill, didn't he? Yeah, so he's still He still gets it, but he has to crit. So basically, he goes from just only getting it when he's attacked to now he can get it if he's crit. I had to remember exactly how they changed it because I remember that was wonky. Go ahead and switch that back. Whoa, Avalon, what did you do with his damage chart here? Okay, okay, I see what you're doing. Wait, does this have a maximum number of stacks? No? I'm surprised you went with 3 then. Because in theory, you would get 5 at the end of a 3 turn. Like, guaranteeable. Okay, wait. You did do... Wait. Huh? Okay, I see what you did. All right. Never mind. No, never mind. Wait. Right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I had to like take a look at something like that to give myself at least a little bit of an idea. Because I didn't want to like stick my foot in my mouth and say something wrong in the middle of the review. Um in scenario 2, is that 2 enemies? Like, are your numbers 2 enemies? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Because otherwise I was like, why did you switch? And then I was like, okay. Um Yeah, and then Charlie doesn't have right. So I probably do need to actually recommend a Invuln Pierce C on him. Such an easy recommendation, but I probably need to give him a more proper CE. Give me a second. I do want to go look, see if I have a Invuln Pierce C that has happened recently around his banner here. Nani? Wait, what is it under? No. Ignore invincibility is under defensive. Okay, fandom. Okay. Sure. Valentine witches, yeah, that's I'm trying to like think about this because this is obviously something like Origin Bullet is there. We just get this? Yeah, learning with manga. It's actually not a bad one either. Yeah, those are both good recommendations. All right. Put the node structure in bold titles so you won't forget. Bet. Bet I won't. Okay. Alrighty, chat. There we go. First banner is going to be him, Roland, and Creamhill. The second banner is going to be Moriarty and Don Quixote. I'm just debating if I want to. Man, I don't want to clutter the review with it. What? Oh, it's not open, I wonder. There we go. All right. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Charlemagne, aka Charlie. So, Charlemagne is somebody that is coming to us basically from the Extella series of games. He's very popular from those, and essentially he's going to be a unit that is going to be debuting here with LB 6.5, aka Trom. So Trom is going to be coming out here soon on NA, particularly probably on the 13th, as we're looking for essentially a Monday release next week. I'm going to try to get you guys this review out as fast as I can, but Charlie is going to be an interesting unit because a lot of people have been looking forward to him, if for no other reason than his character. But he is also an interesting unit because his performance is actually rather good. That is to say, Charlemagne is very similar to another unit that already exists in the game, Okitan Summer Saber. She's a black grill looping quick AoE saber, and so is Charlie, basically. He's going to be very similar to her in performance, and so I'm going to keep using her a little bit as an example throughout this entire video, just to kind of give you an idea. That being said, to kind of address the elephant in the room, do you need to roll Charlie if you have Okitan Saber? The answer is no, you really don't. And vice versa, if you didn't get Okitan Saber, do you need to roll Charlie? That answer is also technically no, because it definitely depends on what your account actually needs. That's not me telling you not to roll Charlie either, mind you. He's still a very good unit. It's me kind of just saying you don't have to have these units regardless, and you can usually make do with things that you either already have, or again, just find someone else that you maybe desire more if you're not too wild about that particular unit. If you are someone that really likes Charlie, again, he's a really solid unit in terms of his performance. Like I did say, he is limited. He's going to be coming out here with Trom. He does get a couple other banners throughout the year. In fact, I believe he will be getting one later this same year during the lotto, but I'd have to double check that. But again, he is going to be a unit that you should at least have some opportunities to get, even though he is limited. Going ahead and taking a look at him, like I said, he's 5-star, he's AoE, he's quick. His raw stats, he's got about 12k attack. This is actually pretty decent. Again, it is a very solid attack rating. Certainly, we have some really high attack power sabers out there, but he's not going to be the highest amongst them, but he is still very good in that regard. And you can see his HP stat is going to be about 14.2k. This is nothing to sneeze at. It's not anemic by any means, and he does at least have some measure of survivability in his kit. His attribute is Star Attribute, which is at least somewhat rare. It's not the normal man, earth, heaven triangle type deal. So again, you are going to get at least some additional benefits there. And he is going to have basically higher than average star absorption, because again, he's a quick unit for sabers there. He is going to have pretty much right on the money star generation for sabers. And then basically NP charge attack of 0.48. This is actually one of his most concerning aspects, is going to be his refund, but it's not actually that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, and we're going to talk about why that is. Remember, he's a quick unit. Quick units don't have the best refund, and then as you look at it, he also has a low NP charge rate, so that's kind of why we say that. But don't worry, rest assured, he is a Black Grail looping AoE. He does have 3% NP charge defense, which is the standard. He does basically end up with a 21% death rate. Pretty low, under average at that point. And he does have lawful good alignment. He's also male gendered, is costume owning, at least now on JP, not so much yet on NA. He has Enema Elish nullification. Again, he's star traded, so that's kind of one of the reasons why. He's Hominidae Servant Humanoid, Sovereign, aka King, Loved One, Writing, Roman, because he was the Holy Roman Emperor, and Servant and 7 Knight Servant. His deck here is basically a double quick, double arts deck. This is a really good deck for refund. Doesn't synergize too well with Summer Scotty, because Summer Scotty units usually look to be double quick, double buster instead. So he traded that extra buster for a secondary arts card. But again, like I said, with card performance and actually trying to get back to an NP maybe manually in some circumstances, or against less than 3 enemies, you would at least have that extra arts card to kind of help you out. So I don't think it's a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. And you can kind of see why the NP gain rate is the way that it is, because he's got a 4-hit quick and a 3-hit arts, which are both fairly solid. So he's got basically 4 cards to generate pretty solid NP with. And again, they are either average or above average in terms of their hit count. His Buster card is above average at 5 hits, so it'll at least be a pretty decent star generator should you need it to be. And again, he does have a normal extra attack in terms of its performance. So let's go ahead and talk about his kit now. Taking a look at the skills, you guys can see his first skill is going to start out granting 1 ally invincibility for 2 attacks, 3 turns. It's then going to, if he doesn't have invincibility, increase his own NP generation rate for 5 turns. That is actually going to be the aspect of the skill that is leveled. and basically grant himself a buff on defense for 5 turns that basically whenever he takes an attack will grant him a stack of the Heroic King unique buff. What this is going to be is this is going to be a buff that will increase the super effective modifier of his NP's damage. So you're going to want these stacks if you can get them. This is going to make him very decent in challenge scenarios where he might get hit, less so in a farming scenario where you're probably just killing the enemies outright. And then again, he has a 500% chance to seal his NP for 1 turn if he has invincibility from this skill. So the way to make this clear is don't really ever target himself with this. He's going to want to use this skill more to protect someone else. But it's not a bad idea to just go ahead and throw this on one of the supports that's going to be helping him power himself up. So again, he's going to help keep the support alive, gain beneficial effects from it, and going to be great. If you put it on himself, he'll live, but he'll be MP sealed, so there is a trade-off. It's a little bit of a convoluted type of skill, but it does come with its ups and downs. So there is a reason to use it on him or not, just depending on the circumstances. Maybe you're just desperate to stay alive, and that might be the end of the fight if he goes down. So at that point, just go ahead and put it on him. But again, most of the time, you don't want to in order to gain the beneficial effects. The skill did get revisited and upgraded recently on JP. NA is going to be a long time before we see the skill still, but again, this was a fairly nice upgrade because what it did is it basically said, hey, now he grants himself a buff as well on attack, so that every single time he attacks, he will gain the Heroic King buff if he crits. So you're not going to gain this from obviously the NP at that point. You're not going to gain it from the extra attack, but you could gain it on each of his cards. This means within a normal 3-turn cadence, he's pretty much got a maximum of 5 stacks of Heroic King just from that. The problem with this sort of thing is you're going to have to be careful not to kill an enemy, because if you do, then Charlemagne's not going to be able to hit that enemy with the NP afterwards and gain refund off of it. So you're going to have to be a little bit careful with how this works. If you're going up against this in a challenge environment, it's still great. You're obviously going to be able to pre-card stuff, potentially trying to knock down break bars, or maybe even side units, or maybe just trying to get the health lower overall so that the NP can kill. Either way, in those scenarios, you're going to get the benefit of being able to get that crit damage buff there, or sorry, the buff off of doing crit damage, and allow your NP to hit harder. But again, in a farming scenario, this is going to be difficult to pull off. It's possible, especially against a high health enemy in something like a middle wave or a final wave, but not so much on like a early front wave with low health enemies. You have to be very careful not to kill them outright with a straight crit. So be careful about how you use this skill once you get the upgrade. Still, they do at least add a critical star bomb to the skill as well, giving him up to 15 stars, and kind of also giving you another reason to level this skill up, because I think a lot of people just kind of set it and forget it, just depending. But still, it is a good upgrade, especially in challenge scenarios. It doesn't really change things too much, though, in farming, unless you can secure that crit without maybe killing the enemy outright. His second skill is going to be an increase to the party's overall attack for 3 turns by basically up to 20%. It's also going to give him an anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns, basically, of up to 30% here. So this is going to be a niche that he has, and one that, unlike his Heroic King super effective modifier, could just be easily usable and come into play depending on what you're fighting. Demonic is one of the most wide niches for traits in the entire game, so it is a good one to have, and certainly it will be something that he can use fairly effectively. He does also increase his own defense against divine enemies, so depending on what you're fighting, particularly in a challenge scenario, if you're worried about him taking hits, he'll be a little bit beefier against the divine with an additional 30% defense up for 3 turns. But if it's not divine, no benefit from that whatsoever. He's also going to charge his own NP gauge by up to 30%, so you're going to want to lure this skill just so you get the flat charge increase of 30%. And again, with the third skill here, now you can see he increases his own quick performance for 3 turns and critical damage for 3 turns by 30% each, and then increases his own critical damage against evil alignment enemies for 3 turns. So, obviously, same sort of deal as like we said with the first skill. Be careful about what you're trying to crit, especially if you don't want to kill, so that you get more refund. If you want to kill, it's great. Go ahead, crit it to hell, and never look back. But if you're concerned about refund, definitely try to make sure you whittle it down some, but don't actually kill it, because then you'll end up in a bad set of circumstances. So this is going to be one of those things you're going to have to be really careful of. Interestingly enough, if you use him with normal Scotty, his quick cards will crit and do a ton of damage. If you use him with, say Summer Scotty, his quick cards will still do a ton of damage when they crit, but not nearly as much, because remember, Summer Scotty's crit buff is actually Buster cards. So in that regard, it may actually balance things out a little bit to use him with Summer Scotty if you're trying to pull off a little bit more of a, like, hey, I want to be able to crit before the NP type of maneuver without killing. But again, it is a 50% modifier there, potentially at rank 10. Up to you if you want to actually lure this skill. And you can see if you do, though, you will get the benefit of it being on only a 5-turn cooldown, so that's quite a bit of uptime for the 3-turn of quick up there. So you can see, he's got a nice steroid, he basically ends up having 30% charge, and he does have a couple other things in his kit, including NP gain, to kind of help him out with those refund numbers. His passive skills here basically give him magic resistance A for some additional debuff resistance, and then riding A to increase the quick card performance by 10%. It's not only going to impact his normal quick cards, but also his NP, so definitely really nice. This is going to increase the NP gen and the star gen, as well as the damage of any of those quick cards. You can see Charlie actually does have a fairly good third append. It is anti-berserker attack damage aptitude. This would be a really good beneficiary of his coins if you're farming a lot with him. However, just keep in mind that if you're farming a lot with him, you're also probably going to want the mana loading, and the reason why is because with that 30% charge skill that Charlie has, he has really nice synergy here, especially since quick comps usually like to function in terms of 50%. Combining that 30% charge skill with a 20% mana loading can be one of the easiest ways to kind of just reach that, base number there. So up to you. I would advise you to probably go with the mana loading first, but if you certainly roll a ton of copies of Charlie and have them lying around, feel free to go with the third one instead. First one's definitely not bad either, especially if you're going to be using him more as a challenge killer. It's totally up to you to determine how you want to use these appends. And I would say the extra attack finesse is certainly a good one, but maybe slightly the odd man out in this set of circumstances. It's certainly not bad, but it is up to you to determine which one you want more. The Noble Phantasm here, though, as you can see, is AoE quick, but it is a 12-hit AoE quick. So now you're probably getting an idea with the charge, the NP gain, the quick up, why this was all set at 48%. 12-hit NP is going to do a lot of NP generation for you, and you can see this is why it's also near impossible to get full overkill hits on a Charlie NP. Basically without going into something like Fuyuki, because it would mean that the first 1% of his NP damage would need to be able to kill with that many hits. Unlikely to occur, but certainly possible against low health. Now, again, he's going to deal damage to all enemies, basically, with his NP, and that damage will be modified, basically, by 10% times the number of Heroic King stacks for a super effective modifier. Definitely fairly nice if you can get those stacks. In a challenge environment, that shouldn't be too hard. In a farming environment, that might be. So it just really depends. And remember, like I said, NA is not going to have that adjustment to allow crits to generate Heroic King stacks right away. So early on, trying to use Charlie that way may be difficult for you. And you guys can see the overcharge effect here is also going to reduce all enemies' quick resistance for 3 turns by up to 20%. It's really nice because it means subsequent NPs are going to deal more damage. It's not before the NP damage goes out, though, so not that specific NP that's going to do it. But it will at least allow for, again, more damage, more NP refund, and more star generation. Definitely a nice thing, and it's going to keep getting stronger since it's a multi-turn effect against the same set of enemies. Against farming nodes, not that big of a deal. You're really not going to see any benefit to this other than maybe carding after the NP. But in a challenge environment, yeah, especially against a like set of enemies, you're going to be able to just sit there and keep stacking this. So let's go ahead and talk about Charlie's actual refund numbers. If you're using 2x Summer Scotty, and I know NA doesn't really have her yet, but well, let's go ahead and give us benefit of the doubt for about 2-3 more months here, and you're basically going to have her. So at that point in time, even if you're not, say, using her or didn't roll her, you might be able to take one on support. Totally up to you, but we're just going to kind of use it as the baseline for maybe what to look for. So 2x Summer Scotty against 3 Lancers. This is his effective class. You're basically looking at, with just 3 hits of overkill out of a possible 36, that would be 1 hit of overkill for each enemy, basically assuming that you killed the enemy and moved on to the next wave. But only 1 hit of overkill, you're already looking at about 58% in terms of double Summer Scotty refund there. If you knock that down to normal Scotty, it'd still probably be 50%, so you'd still be looking at good numbers. And again, the idea here is that this is going to be over that 50% amount that he needs in order to actually be able to fully refund. The good news is quick units actually don't fluctuate a ton. In fact, if you, by some miracle of science, manage to actually get 36 out of 36 overkill hits on him, he would still only get up to about 84% in terms of his actual NP generation. So you're still not going to fully refund with him, even with max overkill hits. If you get 0, though, for instance, the number only goes down to about 56 in this scenario, so definitely very doable. Now, again, let's say instead that you're up against 2 enemies, though, and that might be significant because Charlie probably can handle 2 enemies in a wave at times. So as we look at that, that's going to mean that our baseline refund value is only going to be 2 overkill hits out of a possible 24, since we've lost an enemy. And you're looking at that being around 38, almost 39% if you're rounding it up, and it should. So at that point, you're at this weird 40% number. But maybe you have some ability to break up charge, or maybe you have the ability to get more out of it, just depending on what you're doing. Essentially, you would need somewhere in the realm of about 16 out of the possible 24 overkill hits, which is a lot. That is killing with the vast majority, early in his hit count, basically. And so as a result, that would be the amount at 16 that you would need in order to basically get him to 50% against 2 enemies. Thing is, if you're up against 2 enemies, you're going to take the charges you're given. I'm going to say anything over roughly 30% is probably good for you at that point, because you're just going to try and augment with additional charging supports. Units like Summer Scotty or obviously Oberon can be mixed in there, try and get you a little bit more charge. You remember, you've got his mana loading, you've got his own charge, and maybe even someone like Oberon's 20% charge to help try to even things out depending on the turn. So it's up to you to determine how to handle it, but this could be a pretty decent scenario that you might find him to be useful in, is on those 2 enemy waves. This does make him a little bit more adaptable than your average quick unit, but honestly, it's actually pretty similar to Summer Okitan, who, like I said, we would be comparing him to. Now, basically, again, it just kind of depends, but usually in those scenarios with 2 enemies, you're going to be probably wanting to rely on a specific CE. I'm going to talk about that as we kind of start talking about the CEs now. So, like I said, he is a Black Grail Looper, obviously against 3 enemies. This is your go-to. It's going to be the most damage for him. If you don't maybe have this MLB, or you just maybe don't have it at all, there's other options that you could take. Again, things like Angel's Song, Heaven's Feel, Dragonkin, any one of those are maybe either the same rarity or less that would apply a similar effect and have decent firepower for him if you use it on him. If you're maybe looking to, I don't know, tackle a weird structured node, something like 2 enemy waves, maybe something like where there's only a single enemy in a wave, maybe you need a little bit more charge, and maybe you want to shore up the refund and the damage a little bit. Something like Traces of Christmas, an old welfare CE from one of our prior Christmas lottos, definitely could be useful for you. Again, it's all attack scaling and basically has quick performance of 10%, NP gen of 10%, and starting charge of 50. But maybe you're up against one of those two enemy waves and you are trying to start from zero. In one of those scenarios, something like Chocolate Heaven may be actually really good for you. This one was a limited one, basically from an old Valentine's Day event, but it is at least a very decent CE. It's all attack scaling if you manage to have it at MLB, and you can see it give quick up, NP damage up, and NP gen, kind of allowing him to get that extra little bit of refund to help push him over the edge maybe in some of those scenarios. This would basically lower the amount of overkill hits as well that you might need in order to actually get enough refund to hit that 50% benchmark. So totally up to you to determine what you want to use. You don't have to use something like Chocolate Heaven. It's just kind of the best example that we can give you, but maybe trying to find something else that has quick up, like, I don't know, Imaginary Around or something like that. Or again, maybe just something that actually has NP gen might also be good for you. Now, Charlie doesn't have Invuln Pierce anywhere in his kit, so we could definitely recommend something like Honey Lake. Obviously, it's a really good Invuln Pierce CE, it's all attack scaling, and it actually gives a power mod of up to 40% if the target is on fire, which is fairly easy to do even for someone like Charlie that doesn't have it in his kit. All it requires you to do is stack burn command codes in order to be able to put it on the enemy. Unfortunately, this is not an easy CE to acquire. NA actually just had a banner with it on it, but usually we get about one a year, and it may not be a banner you want to roll, so it's up to you to determine whether or not you wish to pursue this CE, or whether or not it's even worth considering because you don't have it at all at the moment. We do have a couple other CEs that have come out this year, though, in recent memory that have been fairly good for this. Also gotcha CEs, but Valentine's Witches basically from the Valentine's event, and then Adventures in Children Kingdom from the Bunyan collab. Both are pretty decent all attack scaling Invuln Pierce CEs that'll work well on Charlemagne. So if you have either of these that can work, and if everything else fails you, there's always things like Origin Bullet that are permanent, or maybe even something like Sweet Crystal that you can actually buy from the Rare Prism shop. Be careful because this one, while it is very good as far as craft essences go, is a 5 Rare Prism cost CE per copy. So if you want this at MLB, it's going to cost you 25 Rare Prisms. It's not cheap, but it is something that is, I guess, more permanently gettable depending on your circumstances. So again, that's going to be sort of the CE selection. Let's kind of talk to you now at this point about his damage numbers, especially off the back of his MP. So like we already talked about, basically, these are going to be his self-buff numbers at this point. Basically, Charlemagne against a neutral enemy without any sort of external help from a support or anything like that. It's going to give you an idea basically of what he's going to be able to achieve. Basically at NP1, you're going to be looking at about 24k neutral. And then again, the heroic king buffs are going to end up scaling him up. And then you end up basically here looking at demonic. So even just having demonic kind of precludes needing to get the heroic king buffs at all, as it's just going to be more damage. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you might be able to stack Heroic King even higher than that and be able to outscale the demonic, or have both, as again, you can see right here, the amount of damage you'd be getting. And that's just in P1, just neutral, just under his own power. So taking a look at that, you now kind of have an idea. Let's go ahead and talk about the actual charge scenarios that you're probably going to run into. This is going to be a 0% starting charge standpoint, basically a Black Grail, if you will, against a 3-3-X type of node. That means 3 enemies in the front wave, 3 enemies in the middle wave, and who cares how many enemies in the final wave. Essentially, this is going to be a sort of double Summer Scotty and Oberon setup against 3 Lancers, and you're going to be basically looking at 3 out of the 36 overkill hits again, just for rough refund numbers. You can see this would be starting him out basically with his 30% charge. We're actually not going to use the append in this scenario, kind of showing you how easy it can be to loop with them. Basically use one of the Summer Scotties, that'll bring him up to 80% at that point, and then actually rotating that Summer Scotty out, bringing in Oberon, and then already you can kind of see you're going to get basically the Oberon 20% there to finish him off. He's at 100%. He's going to have both his Summer Scotty buffs on him, and basically be able to fire off the NP. At that point, he's going to refund about 58%, and so all you need is another 50% to make do. So there comes the other Summer Scotty, 50%. fires off the NP again, refunds another 58%, and then you just kind of conclude business with Oberon's 50% and probably his third skill. And at that point, Charlie's going to have completed the loop and done a ton of damage. Obviously, the issue here is going to be, again, what amount of enemies do you have in the node, and basically, are you actually dealing effective damage? Because obviously, these numbers are with Lancers, definitely in his wheelhouse, but maybe you're not necessarily up against something that's all Lancers. Maybe it's a Servant Gauntlet in a challenge fight or something like that. But again, this is sort of a proof of concept for you. And now to kind of compare that, let's show actual damage numbers with no heroic niche in this scenario again. So you can see these are your actual support damage numbers here, basically with 2x Summer Scotty Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail, and a level 10 Neo Plug Suit. Wave 1 and Wave 2, you're basically at NP1 looking at about 154k, and then you're going to get that Oberon spike there on Wave 3 at going up to almost 300k. Obviously, if you start including Demonic there, you're at 176 and 322, and NP2 is going to make it jump all the way up to almost 400k by turn 3. So definitely pretty solid in terms of performance. But again, these are neutral numbers, so you will be able to basically double it. Basically, if we take this same scenario, though, this 0% starting charge, and we include a scenario in which he does get Heroic King. So this is going to be a little bit more for the JP side of things. If you're looking at this video, but you're playing on JP, or maybe it's the future on NA and you already have this buff, this would be basically the buff to his first skill that allows him to get Heroic King stacks from actually critting. Or, I don't know, maybe you're just in a challenge environment and you actually got hit. Either way, in those scenarios, you guys can see this is assuming basically the same setup, but with a crit before each NP. You can see here the amount of damage he's going to end up doing. So basically, by the third NP, he's got 3 Heroic King stacks. But like I said, technically, that's not the most he can get, because every unit does have 5 cards, and in a 3-turn cadence, you are guaranteed to get all 5 cards. Maybe you don't get all the stacks prior to that, but it could work out in such a way that you actually do. So in that regard, kind of looking at the second scenario down here, this is going to be assuming both crits before an NP. So again, you can see this would be basically 2 crits here in the first one at 185, 2 in the second wave at 216, and then you would only get 5 because you don't have a 6th card, basically for the third wave at 446. And then certainly here, each one of these being kind of the same sorts of scenarios, scaled up with the Heroic King stacks and Demonic. And then basically the same thing over here at NP2, basically being scaled for normal Heroic King stacks, double Heroic King stacks, and then same thing with Demonic and double Demonic. So obviously interesting, at least to denote the damage capabilities there. But we have that second scenario that we talked about, so let's go ahead and show it. This is the charge scenario for a 2-2X node. So again, a node in which there's only 2 enemies at most in the first 2 waves where he actually needs his refund. For something like this, we are going to use something like Chocolate Heaven to give him a little bit more oomph, a little bit more refund, because otherwise it's going to be difficult. You would really have to get some strong overkill hits in order to be able to do it, or be able to pre-card quite a bit. Remember, you might be able to shave the enemy's HP value some, kind of increasing the amount of overkill that you can get, but that's only going to give you a little bit of wiggle room of 1 to 2% in most circumstances for how much extra you would get off of the unit. So still, taking a look at this, the charge scenario basically with double Summer Scotty, Oberon, and again, Chocolate Heaven, as we saw, you're basically going to start out Charlemagne with his own charge skill and append. That's going to bring him up to 50. You're going to go ahead, use one of the Summer Scotty's entirety of buffs on him. It's going to bring him up to 100, rotate the Scotty out, pull in Oberon at that point, and fire off the NP. Again, he'll be at 100% charge. He'll refund 49.8. How tight this can be. And again, this is with basically 2 overkill hits with Chocolate Heaven at that point. So at that point, that would be your break even where, hey, it actually rounds up to 50%. Use the other Scotty's 50% right there, and it gets a little spicy. You don't quite get the 50% basically, but At this point, you do have 70% charge from Oberon, so it doesn't really matter. That's enough. That completes the 3-turn, and there you go. So again, Charlemagne would be able to handle a potential 2-2X type of scenario. And this is basically the same numbers, kind of just with Chocolate Heaven to give you an idea. In that 2-2 type of scenario, I'm not going to bother showing you the Heroic Kinglands for this just because I feel like that'll convolute this, so to speak. But again, should give you at least a decent idea. Now, these are again his base numbers in that base scenario, and the reason I went back to this is to show you as we compare him to his counterparts. Like I said, obviously Summer Okitan is a very similar unit, and you can actually see this as Summer Okitan basically in the same scenario is going to be slightly higher than Charlemagne in terms of damage output. The real difference here is going to be that basically Charlemagne has a lower floor than she does, but she's just going to kind of stay consistent, not having any niche damage. Whereas Charlemagne will be lower on average, but has upward scalability with Heroic King and Demonic. So he does have that capability of kind of outpassing her even at NP1. And you can see NP2, basically, you're looking at the same thing here with about 431 in the final wave. Whereas again, with NP2, still without the niche, going to end up kind of losing. So it just is what it is. But Charlemagne has a little bit more of a convoluted, but also potentially more beneficial kit, depending on how you look at things. So it doesn't mean he's a bad unit by any means. It just means that basically Summer Okitan is consistent and easy to use. Charlemagne might be a little bit more nuanced and have a higher ceiling that he could hit. Comparing him to someone else, though, we've also got Lakshmi, who again has had some upgrades now in JP and basically is a 3-turner in her own right. You can see double Summer Scotty here with a normal Scotty is actually the better way to handle her, so you don't get that benefit of those Oberon numbers. And this is going to kind of require, we worked in cranking, but you can use any damage C that you want. It's 50% charge. Obviously, this is a Buster CE, but it does at least have NP damage on it and is all attack scaling. So at least for the purposes of calculation, it made it easy with a C that everyone should have at this point. Now you can see though, without the ability to have Black Grail or Oberon, damage numbers definitely tank, so obviously she is not comparable at a low NP value. Even if you take something like NP5, still you're just barely kind of knocking on the door to Charlie's numbers, so naturally it is going to make Charlemagne a better option than just Lakshmi. But maybe you're content with her, maybe you have NP5, maybe you've grailed your Lakshmi because you really like her for some reason. Again, damage numbers are not awful. It's just going to be one of those things where Charlemagne will probably outdamage her in most circumstances. We do obviously have units like Muramasa out there, and Muramasa is actually fairly comparable at this point to Charlemagne, pretty much being almost indistinguishable by turn 3 at NP1. His earlier waves are basically a little bit lower, and again, he does at least have the king niche, the sovereign niche, basically, but it doesn't actually provide him that much. It's just, you know, the amount that he gets from his passive. So Muramasa is just sort of the easy looper, but Muramasa would also never technically have to take anything for defense or invuln pierce that maybe someone like Charlemagne would have to. So it might afford Muramasa in some circumstances the actual ability to use Black Grail, whereas maybe, you know, Charlemagne might not be able to take it because he might need the invuln pierce in something else. So it's ultimately up to you to determine which one you prefer and which one you would like. But certainly you don't have to have Charlemagne if you have someone like Muramasa, because the damage numbers are very similar. Now taking a look, we also have a unit like Takaru that just recently came out. And again, these are looping sabers, so to speak. This is double Castoria Oberon, level 100 Black Grail. And you can see you've got divine and demonic numbers there, basically. But obviously right there, at just kind of NP1, you're looking at same thing, very similar numbers. So I'm not going to get too bogged down discussing the niches here, just to kind of let you know that, again, these numbers, these performances are all fairly similar. Obviously, it's kind of cheating, but if we start looking at the Buster units, the numbers start going up, and the reason for that is because of Wave 3 synergy with a unit like Oberon being added to the mix. A unit like Arturia, though, at the current moment, if you want a 3-turn without using, you know, Summer Kuro shenanigans, you're looking at having to use Mud Rain is basically Mud Grail is the one that we like to call it. It's not an easy CE for a lot of people to have MLB yet. It's still fairly fresh on JP. but some people probably do have it and at level 100, and you could potentially get a lot of damage out of this. Outside of that, you might be able to make do with using something like cranking. You'd still get good numbers, but it wouldn't quite be these numbers, just depending. Again, ironically enough, we do have units like Shiki that have gotten quite a bit of love, and you can see base value NP1 Shiki with a Black Grail can actually outperform him. So that is what it is. But again, Shiki's not really known for refund value. It's more brute forcing her capability at this point. And then certainly, last but not least, we have, well, Salter, who got her monstrous upgrade that allowed her to work with Black Grail. And you can see, even at just NP1, a single Salter would definitely do some solid work. The issue at play here is it's going to be very difficult for an NP1 Salter to actually do this, because you do have to have her mana loading unlocked in order to have enough charge. Again, it's up to you to determine if you want to roll more for more copies to get the coins to do that, or just try to like bond her all the way up to, I think it's bond 12 in order to unlock it. But hey, at the end of the day, if you want to, either option is technically available to you, but neither one is particularly easy. Still, yes, even at NP1 in these circumstances, a Salter could outdamage. If it's just about damage, you definitely don't have to, but just keep in mind that there's obviously other stuff that Charlemagne brings to the table, including one, just being a quick unit and generating a ton of stars, and two, just kind of having that ability to protect his support. So how do you guys feel about Charlemagne, and will you be rolling for him? Again, which Ascension is your favorite, and will you be rolling any of the other Trom banners, or are you basically going to be saving at this point for Anniversary, a Kenden, Summer, any of the ones coming up? Be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Okay. Whew. Kenden, yep. I'm tempted to roll him. I really want him. Yeah, I think most people rolling Charlie, and I'm dead serious in this. Do not take insult with me, chat. I'm not saying this to insult anyone. But the numbers for Charlie, especially if you look at something like this with Salter at this point, the numbers for Charlie at this point are not why you roll. You don't roll Charlie for stellar performance of damage. You roll Charlie because you can use Charlie because you like Charlie. And that's it, right? Because same thing, like I said, if you just wanted an AoE quick unit, Summer Okitan Saber is quite literally the same unit, just does more at a base value. So it's up to you, but I'm going to say that Charlemagne is still an interesting unit, and I wouldn't at all be surprised to see Charlemagne get a damage upgrade at some point in the future. I don't think he's undertuned by any amount, really, but I could easily see them try to pull this keeping up with the Joneses type of mentality, saying Charlemagne is a popular character, people really like Extella, let's go ahead and give him a buff. So it is what it is, but I could definitely see it. She's also a girl? Yeah, the passive boob buff, right? Bond 10. Okay, thank you. I will try to add that to the video. Probably get another summer banner at Christmas. Was it? Wait, it wasn't Christmas though, right? It was the November lotto. Because it was the second wave of the November lotto that specifically was a hellacious node that included Charlie, and they did that node on purpose to give us a Charlie banner. Yeah. I remember it. That's literally like, chat, it's one of the rare times where you ask me, when is a unit's next banner? And I know it off the top of my head because everybody that played JP remembered this. Everyone hated them for it. That node was just dumb. But like, again, you could still get through it if you had certain setups, including Melson, I believe, was one of them. But everyone was just like, what the hell? They only did this just for the purpose of running the banner. Yeah, Charlie has another banner this year. It's a ways off, but fuck that banner. Actually, let me take a look real quick because I don't remember if, like I said, right now he's paired with Creamhild and Roland. I don't remember if the banner the next time's the same. I don't think it is. I think it's got a different makeup of units. Yeah, Bradamonte and Roland. So if you just want Roland, this would be the easy way to get it. But this is also kind of funny because the reality was that like a lot of people actually just wanted Creamhild. And so like this was the opposite of what they wanted. They wanted a banner with just Charlie and Creamhild, and they never got it. I forgot if Roland was good. I hear he was. Yeah, Roland's not bad. Roland's got charge in his kit, and he's Naked Man. So we'll be talking about him in the next couple days. She's on Rate Up as well, but with someone else. Yeah. I'm trying to remember exactly where. There's Breedom Art with the Fairy Knights again. So, like, this is why I said, chat, like, odds are you're probably not going to have too difficult of a time rolling the Fairy Knights. They keep getting paired with people. Yes. So it's Bryn with Creamhild. And then the two Sumanais, and then the two Berserkers. Rito too cute. Yep. Yeah, it's funny because I'll probably still roll this the exact same way I rolled it on JP. I'll probably just go after Breedom Mart and none of the other banners. Interestingly enough, this one also does have Apex. Apex is a fairly nice one. And this is on all the banners because it's the gacha CE for that event. But basically, this one is all attack scaling, 50%. What? Okay. 50% starting charge and 2 stages of overcharge with Buster Up. So it's not the best C in the world, but it's a decent hybrid C. Particularly if you need like overcharge for someone like, say, a Rash, it can actually be pretty nice. Got a bunch of that C rolling for Brito. Yeah. I mean, it's Morgan, right? Like, I don't have to tempt chat with Morgan art, right? It be what it be. Bryn might be NP5 for me. I want Creamhild. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Creamhild is definitely a decent unit in her own right. We're going to be talking about her tomorrow. I'm going to try to give you guys, like, as unbiased of a take as I can on her, because I think a lot of people really like her and want her to be strong, and I think she is a strong unit, but she does have some issues. So I'm going to talk about that. We're going to kind of compare, and to be an interesting one, which, by the way, Avalon, I'm going to need that. But I'm unbiased. Yeah, Avalon feed me numbers, and I interpret numbers. Whom? Creamhild. I'm more excited for Creamhild than Charlie. Sorry, Cad. No, it's fine. I don't blame you, right? Like, and that's all I'm trying to say is that, like, I'm well aware that some people are rolling just for Charlie. I'm well aware that some people are rolling just for Creamhild, right? I don't know that anyone's necessarily rolling just for Roland, but it is what it is. The other interesting aspect to this one, chat. Roland is perm. And she is not. So, like, this is part of the reason a lot of people got pissed at the Charlie banner. A lot of people are like, what the hell? Why is there not a raid up with just Creamhild? Why is she the story locked one? Like, a lot of people were like, what? No. Yeah, so as you go to roll this, basically it's a split raid up if you're trying to get Creamhild, and I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. That, like, hey, yes, there will be another time to roll. There's no better rotation. Yep. 1.2 instead of 1.5. Oh, sure. 1.2 instead of 1.5. And then instead all you get is Naked Man. And that's how they get you. When it's a dual rate up like that, you have to keep rolling. And this is, I think in their mind, this is their last bastion of like, yeah, you could get screwed and have to roll a bunch more. And they want to keep that. Because it makes them money if they do. But like, this is exactly why everybody and their brother wants there to be some kind of like, either not necessarily either 4-star pity or solo rate ups, like rotational rate ups to come back. Either or. Because either of those two scenarios, the amount that you would have to roll for any given 4-star just goes way down. So that's why the community wants it, but it's also why they're not giving it. At least not yet. Road to 7 LB4 is a 4-way. LB4 is a 4-way. Is it wait, what? Where is that? That's LB5. LB4. Oh, that is just cruel. Why? Why? That is cruel. They had no reason to do that. That's just dickish. Like, they could have easily said, hey, these two are the new units. These are the ones that come in. Yeah, no, that's dick move. Look at the schedule image. Oh, I know. Right? Like, hey, would you like to roll one of these 4-stars? And it doesn't matter. Like, they could have split it, and they chose not to. I still don't have Rama. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. Roll this. You'll get Rama. I'd almost guarantee it. Because everybody and their brother probably wants the other units on this, and they're going to get Rama. The Rama's not bad. He's still a 100% crit damage unit, which is definitely something that you can use strongly. But yeah, it's just like, he's a permanent unit from year one. Most people already have him, or have some sort of equivalent that they don't necessarily care to get him, right? I'd love Nezha. Yeah. My boy ass clapping cheeks at MP5. Yeah, I know. That's why I said, like, it's not that Rama's bad. It's that you have, like, wait. Okay, no, I actually have no idea who you're talking about now, Bernie. I'm still a bit better about rolling NP6 Corday Caster and NP0 Anastasia Archer. I mean, I'll say this. Corday Caster's actually really good. So, like, you should be at least happy that you got her. But, yeah, it's like if your whole entire goal is to get Anastasia Archer, you're not pleased with that. You're like, what the shit? I just wanted that, right? Where is Janako on this calendar? Oh, you thought there was a Janako raid up? No, actually, hold on. There he is, I think. Yeah, so she's just down at the bottom. She's the last one in. Which, again, the weird part about this chat is that, like, here on NA, we already have the, so, like, you are here, chat. You are right here, okay? And the reality is, you have already had this, and it's gone, and you're literally already in this. We are probably, like, I agree with Avalon's schedule so far, and we are probably about to get this, the main interlude to Tunguska tomorrow. And you're literally on Sunday gonna end up basically getting the, or sorry, on Sunday you're gonna end up getting the Trom chapter release. Which, at this point, chat, June 1st, you are no longer like 8 days ahead of JP. You are going to be getting this on May 13th. You are ahead by like, oh god, at least 2 weeks. At least. right? And that's why I'm saying it feels to me like they're actually trying to run the moonsault operation during, which I didn't think they would. And the reason I didn't think they would is because there really was no reason to. We basically did get some upgrades here, and that may be why. That may be why they're choosing to, but there was technically no reason that they quote unquote had to. One, it was just going to go behind anniversary. Two, there was no lotto in between it, so it was not going to hurt anyone, right? Like it was literally a case of the only summoning campaigns are for existing units that already existed in the game, and so therefore would not impact the GSSR availability. So at that point, it was literally just these upgrades were the only reason why. Sakura face buffs. Yeah, I will not be doing unit analysis for this, chat. Sorry, not. And the only reason why is because I've already got my hands full of enough unit analysis. I don't want to use apples. I just hope I make it and can get the lore. For the NA event? You still have time. You'll make it. 270k points is what the maximum is, like 300k, isn't it? Yeah, 3 days left to make 30k. You'll be fine. I still think Oku will be post-aiming. Probably. I agree with that. Because like we all thought they were gonna punt Moonsault because like it really didn't matter. And I think they're just choosing to because they're like, hold on, it's a buff. Let's make sure it gets out so that people don't scream. The reality is it's a buff, and the only thing that it would have impacted would have probably just been people running BBs during Hakenden. That's it. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to humiliate or like trying to like say anything denigrating about BB fans, but it's like y'all can suck it up, right? Like it's one event. No one would scream that hard. So like at the end of the day, it's basically going to be Hakenden straight into anniversary. It's going to be us. So. And you can kind of see why, chat. They got to shave like 18 days off of this or something. I don't remember when. Yeah, so basically Thursday is July 4th. So anniversary is going to be on like the 5th or the 6th this year. So they got to shave probably like 14 to 15 days. So that's why you're ahead by like 2 weeks. So that you can get it all. They said early June for Hakenden. Yep, I believe that. Like chat, early June, remember, early June is June 1st through June like 10th. Okay, that is considered early June. So like them moving this forward like 15 days is at least that, right? Like it's, in fact, it's even more. So if it's early June, I don't know, man. I don't know why they're trying to rush so much. It doesn't make any sense. Because again, it's not enough to be like, ooh, we're catching up with JP or anything like that. It's just like, hey, we're trying to get this all out ahead of anniversary. And I guess that's fine. Like, I have no issue with it. It's just, after anniversary? What are you going to do? You're going to have the main interlude for Oku. And then JP started this. Like, you ain't going to have shit. Literally the next event, chat, isn't until August with Arctic Summer World. Have fun all of July. This might move forward basically to like, you know, early August and like basically be like August like 1st through 3rd or something like that might be where it'll start. And that's probably just going to be again the whole like shtick with Thanksgiving. But Hunting Quest was part of the anti-countdown. Yeah. And so it's like, I don't know, right? Like maybe they're just going to try to like string things out some, but they can't string it out enough. There's going to be dead time. And like, it's going to be weird because you're literally going to go from basically Hakenden early June, probably all the way until August before you have another event. So you're gonna have a dead month of no event technically. You'll have anniversary, you'll have a main interlude, but not an actual event. Finally, a whole month to level up and farm. Yeah. And like, again, the back end of the year is also not like super jam packed. There's like quite a bit of padding that they kind of do. And it's like, yeah, you'll get like advanced quests and stuff to do, but it's nothing like too time consuming. It just is what it is. So it's possible to get Road to 7, LB3, and Grailfront simultaneously. Yeah, why not? Like, Road to 7 LB3 is basically just some super recos. So that plus a Grailfront, I see no reason they couldn't do it. Like, in all seriousness, the biggest problem that they have with doing something like that is banners. If there's too many banners at any given moment, all those banners technically make less money. Rather than spreading them out evenly, where, I don't know, maybe someone got a paycheck and decided to whale an FGO, or maybe somebody just had like quartz lying around and decided to do it. If you overlap too many things on top of each other, it's not that the game makes less money. It's that each of those individual banners' profitability probably goes down because there's just more competition. Any predictions on who could come with the next Evocation Fest? Yeah, we were talking about that before. It's they still have a couple like year 5 units that they kind of need to do. And it's probably them because there's like 2 welfares out there that still don't have coins available, and it's like almost guaranteed they'll be the next one. Yeah. Hello, Gaboon. Don't you know FGO stands for Farming Grind Order? Pretty much. that is pretty much how it be. Is there an event this year that drops night medals? Everyone keeps asking me. I actually don't know. Because I like Fairy Night Cup should have it at minimum, like in the actual shop, if nothing else. But I don't remember if it's actually like part of the boxes. Yeah, so there you go. It has 20 in the shop. And again, you can always check the material spreadsheet should have it on there. Where's the lottery? Yeah, so it's not in the lottery. We need a better term to replace the O. On? I don't know. Oppression? Yeah. Spartacus would like that. Hello, Andrew. Oh, I don't know, Jay. I never watch any of their roles. Save for Summer Scotty and Woo, but I really want Charlemagne. Yeah, well, and again, so this is what we were kind of talking about, right? Like, there is another banner for Charlie. And like I said, I believe he also has another one around the time that he got his buff. I may be incorrect about that, though. So it's like, you will have other chances to roll Charlie. And this is the thing I want to tell you guys, too. In general, especially if we're not talking about a 4-star, right? You will get another crack at any of those 5 stars. If your goal is a 5-star, they're coming back at some point. They just need to make money off of them. So it's going to be one of those things where you can rest assured they will run the banner again. Even with things like Draco, where everyone's like, oh, we still haven't had another banner. Chad, it's barely been like a year since that event. So like Draco's not been gone that long. Everyone just really wants Draco, and Draco was left off of GSSRs. That's really all it is. But Draco will get another banner, I guarantee it. And I will tell you right now that next banner is probably soon. But, you know, I think worst case scenario, you're not going to go more than like 2 years without seeing an SSR at this point. Yang no banner for over 2 years. Yeah, I guarantee you're going to get a Yang banner soon. Didn't Squirt have like a 2-year gap between banners? Squirt had a almost 4-year gap between banners. And it was after that point, chat. Okay. Let me use an example for why I know I'm right. You still don't have part 4 of the banner review. Why? Well, for starters, last year there were only 2 parts to banner review. Sorry, no, I think there were 3. This year we had to extend the length of all the videos and add a 4th part. That's how many more banners they ran this year for NA. JP's been doing this for 2 years now. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're running way more banners than they used to. So, rest assured, units are going to get banners. Only 500 banners this year? Yeah, it's a pretty, like, ridiculous amount. But that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, there might be the outlier here and there. But 1, it's still going to come back. And 2, again, old units of the past that we can try to say, well, CAD, they didn't do it here. Yeah, that's gone. That's done with. And they remedied that. And they're not going to probably ever do it again. Like I said, to me, the biggest exception to that is 4 stars. Because there are some 4 stars that I think just fly under the radar. And especially if they're story locked or limited. But outside of those, no, I actually just expect they're going to keep bringing the units back over and over again. Looks like you can get medals from the tea making Gouda. Oh, okay, yeah, so that'll be later this year as well. Tea making Gouda is also around like November, I think. Or October, I don't remember. Halloween? No, wait, maybe? Was it December? September, okay. Like, shouldn't be. There we go. Yep. Shin Yamatai Koku, and this is the tea making one. Basically, let me see if I can show it. Well, this will actually explain it, right? So, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so you basically get tea leaves, kind of in the same way as like the Bunyan event where you can dig for resources. You get tea leaves and you're able to just basically like kind of show it off here. You're able to basically just take these and say like, oh, hey, okay, I have like green tea. Well, I can turn like green tea into like fangs or into like night metals. And you can choose like what to farm. You can literally farm like nodes that give more of one type or another. So at that point, like, yeah, you're going to be able to utilize this to basically end up getting more, right? So let me see if they actually give you the list here at some point. They didn't. Is it under the shop? Tea brewing. Okay, here you go. So you can see, and it does have a little slightly random possible result, but that's going to be the things that you can do. And there you go. So for instance, Shinsen tea, that'll allow you to print the night metals with a high chance. So remember when Road to LB3 had 0 buffs and only buffs for Sakura faces? Road to LB3? I don't think that was LB3. I think that was what we were just talking about earlier, which was whatchamacallit? The Moonsault operation. A more consistent battery wouldn't be bad for someone like Yang. I mean, like, it's weird, right? Because I don't think Yang needs to be too much stronger. Yang's at a really good spot, especially with like how she operates. I feel like, especially with super effective burn modifier, she's really good. But yeah, like, I wouldn't mind it if they maybe like either upped her charge per turn or they maybe made it where like she just had I don't know, maybe you know how her drain skill is per enemy based? They could make it where it wasn't anymore and it just did a set amount. And that might actually end up being an upgrade, especially if you're up against a single boss. But it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I explained that when I first reviewed her the very first time when she came out. I said there's a little bit of a problem here. It's a challenge unit designed to go up against bosses. A lot of boss fights are single enemy encounters. You send her in there and her second skill charges less because it's a per enemy skill. It's like it's really weird you gave a per enemy skill on a single target. So it's just like it was that plus when she originally came out, that first skill was just not well implemented. Her taunt only working on males. I just thought that was incredibly stupid. Because the problem with having a gender-oriented taunt is that it's not 50% of the units in the game. It's not like, oh, well, it's either male or female. It's male, female, and then like genderless. Like things that just don't have a gender, like a monster or something like that, a lot of the time don't. So at that point, they just said like, well, okay, so it works on males, but it's even less than 50% of the time. In fact, it's only like probably like 25% of the time it actually is applicable. So it was really weird at that point, and it would kind of be best serviced only up against like servants most of the time. And at that point, it's like, yeah, just depending on what you're fighting, that may or may not be a thing. Like a lot of berserker type of enemies may or may not be a actual servant. They may be like a Oni or something like that. So if you could buff any part of Bazette's kit, what would it be? I mean, it'd be broken, but I'd probably give her like, I don't know, like stackable dodge or like maybe NP gain. That'd probably be it though. Like I agree with you. She doesn't really need it. All right, chat. Chat wanted to see this, so y'all are getting to see it. So this is Hades 2. It is in early development here, early access, sorry. And I'm actually in the middle of a run. I currently have Demeter buffs on, and they kinda hilarious. Where's my webcam? Hold on. I just wanted to move it up so that you guys could actually see the bar there. Gonna kill song request. Top down Stellar Blade Greek edition, yes. Okay.
That briny smell.
And I just beat the first boss. This is the second area. This is also why I was like, oh man, I really don't They're gonna like blow? So the character's different now, right? Yes. How the controls feel? They feel okay. I'm playing on controller, which I don't remember if I did the first time or not. But you can see the art style's the same, but story's different.
Look who. Oh no.
Hello.
You're a long way from the crossroads trouble. So this is where the real action is, huh? Weren't you supposed to still be practicing?
Hold on, chat. I'm hearing it double. There we go.
Things took a turn, Eris. You know how it goes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some
it's Hades
business to
2.
attend to. Always in such a rush. I'd really hate to slow you down. Though, let's hang out sometime, okay? Have a great night. Oh, one last thing.
Blessed by strife? What does that mean?
Lurkers.
So again, I have Demeter buffs, which means I can freeze people. And it's kind of hilarious. Okay, I don't need to move. You can't break through it. You can see I'm not really getting hit. It's kind of... Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so I just lost my armor. Oh, boy. Talk shit, get hit? Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's only the 5th time I've been hit in this entire run. Because I literally didn't get hit until I got my armor, and that finally got rid of my 50 armor piece. I'm still not really sure the differences between these. I know these are both like basically like level up items for you outside.
Farther than last time.
But yeah, this is the first day of early access. Ooh, that hop. Oh my. And it's weird because there is like upcharging as well now. Here we go. Oh. Oh. More health or another boon.
Down we go.
You're not using any mana attacks? I don't have to.
Pinheads.
So it takes a while. So this is still like early game, basically. Oh man, that is a lot of balls. Oh. Oh, damn it. I went right into their face. Not quite bullet hell, but it feels like it. I don't understand how you managed to throw something at me in the middle of that. But okay. Like I took the most damage there I have the entire run. Mini boss and that or Chiron. I think we go to Chiron. I haven't fought a mini boss really yet.
Even the faintest river current in the underworld bears willingly the boatman of the dead, wheresoever he may please.
It's interesting because they basically did like vastly improve.
Olympus, I accept.
Oh, I could have bought the bones. Shit. Wait, can I have multiple at this point? Confused. Blinding sprint. Your sprint is faster and inflicts daze. Your casts expand in size until they expire. Foes with daze take more damage if struck from behind. It's difficult to actually determine whether or not that's the case. What, this? The back burner? Or the first game? I'm not sure if you're talking to me or talking to someone else. But yeah, so basically, like, some of the, like, designs for characters changed some, but I actually like them. They look pretty good. Be careful of that Strife Boon. The enemies will start to hurt soon. Strife Boon. So what the Strife do? Like, she just was like, here's Strife. And I was like, oh, I have no idea what that does. Oh yeah, your foes deal 30% more damage. This grows each encounter. What? I don't want this blessing. Okay, after you take damage, your foe takes damage and you inflict daze on all foes. So I think it's the only way that I get daze. Because I have double attack, basically. Ice Strike, Ice Flourish. So I think we go with Supernova. Can I talk to the boatman? Apparently not. So I can get more shit or more shit. Let's take the bones. Yeah, you can see enemies are beginning to break out of my freezes, which is not good. Yeah, I need to start using the cast more. Oh my god, that thing came back. There you go. Slow and steady. I'm getting close, though, I think. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's... Isn't that the same upgrade material from the first game? Isn't this basically the like, permanent upgrades? If I remember correctly? And then, like, Ambrosia. Yes. I think I want this. I'll go for it anyways, because I haven't gotten one of it yet. Oh, what? What? Oh, it's like a steam vent. Well, I mean, you can keep spinning over there. But I don't give a shit. I will pick you off. Hello, Wolfie. How's it going? Welcome, everybody. I'm just trying out some Hades. Hades 2, actually. It just is in early access. I wonder if they actually get grass for flying. It's on Hades as well. How you liking it? I'm just after the first boss. Oh! 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 Oh, what the? Oh, shit. That was the steam. Oh, no. Those things suck because they just deny space. Ooh.
Some nectar.
Almost didn't even, You love it? Okay, good.
Oh.
Ammo-chan, thank you for the follow. Yes, welcome everybody from Wolfie's stream. For those of you guys familiar with VTubers, I'm actually going to be becoming a VTuber in the future. I have no hard date yet, but soon, probably this year. So I can get more health, which I probably need. Ooh, I haven't seen Neptune yet. Or, sorry, it's not Neptune, it's Poseidon. Or the increased magic, which is not useful to me. The boon or the health? I'm gonna go with the health.
Serpents.
Yep. Oh my god. Wow. It predicted me. Oh, you're never getting out of that one, big boy. Ooh, phased right through that. Oh, damn, phased right into that one. Jesus. Getting a bigger health pool won't matter if I can't ever heal. Am I never getting rid of these things? Are they just permanent? Feels like it. Are those yellow things respawning? They usually won't respawn infinitely, but there may be a mechanic here that I'm unfamiliar with. Like, I may just need to kill the bigger enemies. Nice and steady.
You shouldn't have crossed me.
But yeah, taking that extra hit's beginning to really feel bad. You got 100 gold. This is probably the last thing before the boss. So I think I go with Chiron. Can't buy the extra thing. I can buy 50 health. What is that? It's a pearl? Chiron, say something to me. Oh, right. Yeah, you give the ambrosia to people. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, no, it's no problem. Take your rest, Wolfie. It's difficult because it's like, until we know actually who gives what, like, I guess I just give it to him. I don't really have any idea.
For a moment, boatman. If we're to restore the old order around here, I was thinking, why not start like this?
So you can see Charon's like design changed a little. Still roughly the same.
Wait,
but...
are you certain there's no charge for this? Moonlight guide you, my lord.
Oh, I don't like whatever this is. I'm gonna get my booty hole kicked. I know it. Because like, freeze doesn't work on bosses. You can slow them though.
Oh, no way. No way. Look at Gal's a lady. Ladies never come to see our shows. You must be different. What's your name? Oh, make yourself comfy. We're just about to start, aren't we, gals?
Sirens. I should have known you were the source of all that singing. Slinked down into the underworld, have you?
Welcome to bullshit. I'm sure it is. I can see there's 3 of them, so...
It's the perfect pressure down here. Beats the pressure trying to make art while all our fans are watching, begging, Skilla, where's your next song?
Oh, so they're VTubers.
Don't you drown your so-called fans to death? Have you even got any left?
Oh, don't ever say such things about our fans. Oh, hey, gals.
Let me guess, I gotta deal with
Let's sing the
zombies.
song and dance.
That's what I'm imagining this is gonna be.
We're Skilla and the Sirens!
Oh! Oh God! So I think the key is gonna be to like try and separate them. What the fuck is that orb? Ah! Oh, what the shit? Blocking. She literally blocks from behind. Oh my God, no! Bro, what? Holy shit! Okay, I gotta start using the pillars, but oh shit, god damn it. Okay, that I'm not sure. Time cannot be stopped, just you wait. So like, yeah, that's difficult because I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on in that fight with some of them. Obviously the pillars can be used to block some of it, but like, I'm actually, unless the thing went off right at that second and that's what killed me, I actually didn't see the projectile hitting me otherwise. So I'm not quite sure why I got down specifically there, but yeah, I don't think I was gonna win. Like, it was pretty clear they were able to chunk me. They spot was by the drummer in that one, like with the room wide AOE, or are you talking about like something else?
Who dares?
Hold on, let me brood.
This memory of all you lost. It stokes your want for vengeance even now.
Brooding.
A scourge upon your bloodline for resummoning me, witch!
Hey, everything okay there, Mel?
Oh, yes, Dora. It's just... I should have gone farther that time. I'll give more notes on your haunting later, all right?
Okay.
Sure.
Room wide AoE. Okay.
Hail, spirit.
You invoke me?
Is she like multiple personalities? That's what it feels like. Actually, not sure if I can like touch anything else here. Yeah, this is the hub basically. I can't do anything here. Like, I have no idea if like some of the stuff just isn't available if you can't beat the game or something like that, or it's just like
The
certain
cauldron's ready for me now.
terrain types are.
Last night I dreamt of this.
Okay, beseech the three fates to lend their aid in a time of great need. Summoning of mercantile fortune. Reveal gathering tools with the silver pool. So, chat, are these like permanent buffs or are these just for the next run? Permanent. Well, I can't do the first one anyways. Reveal gathering tools within the silver pool.
I'm ready. By blood and darkness, let my will be done.
There.
Broker, welcome to the crossroads.
We just summon a big chonky ghost. Okay, let's get the other one done.
Dark of chaos, light of moon, heed now my will.
So mote it be.
Moat?
So mote it be.
Oh, not might?
After ever-scheming Kronos claimed the House of Hades, shades of the dead residing there, all scattered to the ends of the earth.
You shades are welcome here and safe. Hail, broker.
Okay, so it just costs bones to get these things. 8 fabric. Well, I have no idea what that does. I wish they gave you at least a blurb. Because, like, I know the ashes and the psyche are basically like the card upgrade things, right? But, like, I have no idea on that. Some of the MLB Valentine's witches. Is it worth using half my RPs to MLB Sweet Crystal? It can be. It really depends if you need a 50% charge sheet with Invuln Pierce. At that point, it's really good to have. But like if you just are concerned about Invuln Pierce, it's not the end of the world. Like you don't have to get it. Okay.
At least our cauldron's finally purified, praise the fates. Speaking of which, are you as yet considering an invocation to them? I have my doubts that they would listen even now.
If there's any chance the three fates shall aid us, I'll take it. Thank you for preparing things for me. Though I'm well short of freshly picked reagents still.
I'd offer such reagents if I could, but as you venture past this glade, look carefully along your path and you shall find them. Fate's willing.
Yes, headmistress.
Yeah, so I just need a silver for that. I kind of like want to buy it, but I also don't know if I'm just like shooting myself in the foot if I buy it.
You passed her little test that time. Must have felt so good beating her ass to the ground. Don't get to spar with her, so I can only imagine.
We're not just sparring. You don't know our craft.
Actually, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, they did a really good job with the art style. Like, I actually like Melino's design more than Zagreus's. And I'm not saying this just because she's female. I'm saying this because, like, you look at her and she's got, like, a bunch of, like, fluorescent and sparkly effects and it just looks cool.
I know
She's a lot shinier.
A moment, goddess. Word has it Eris has been spotted in the depths along your path. Intelligence you likely could have used before. She made your journey worse for you. Apologies, goddess.
She's trying to stop me, or at least slow me down, and she knows too much about our intentions. What do we do? Children of Nyx are supposed to be on our side.
She doesn't know the half of what we've planned. Besides, her boredom drives her more than anything. Run into her a few more times, she'll soon grow sick of it and go away.
So deems the great tactician.
So,
goddess.
That almost feels like if I defeat the second boss, then I won't have to deal with her again. That's kind of what it feels like. Oh, whoops.
Moonlight guide us.
We'll find our way.
Can't salute to her anymore.
How fare my favorite hound and polecat friends?
Oh, there is like a polecat there on the ground. I never actually noticed it. I am still unsure if this is a man or a woman.
May you have pleasant dreams.
Like I remember about Hypnos, but I don't remember like enough about Hypnos to remember if Hypnos is a man or a woman.
The ashes remember.
Okay, so you can see like these are the cards basically that I've unlocked prior to this. Deal 30% more damage. Wow. Restore 2 mana every couple seconds.
Eternity.
So you can only have up to 10, I think that's grasp. I don't actually know. It's like hand points, but you can only have that up to 10 worth at least right now. And so you can see like you have some other stuff that you can do. But I think I'm going to save this because this gives me a Death Defiance.
Ready.
Which it wouldn't have, like, necessarily, like, saved me, but it would have at least given me, like, another opportunity.
Hold that heirloom storage case over there.
The purse.
Okay. Do we at least have something for plus 100 gold for the next run?
Ah, there she is again at last. Being a shadowy denizen of the underworld comes with certain perks, young one. Take, for instance, how, when you dash, nothing can touch you.
So chat, there is no CH sound, so it's not Shelemus or Shelemaeus. It's Skelemaeus because Greek doesn't have a CH. It just has the K sound.
We are the unseen, at one with the darkness and the dead. I can evade anything, yes, but only for a moment. And even then, I can't prevail by dodging all night long.
Yeah, I'd do it all the time if I was you. See the little trail when you dash? Once it snaps back, you're good to go again.
The shadow follows.
The Crossroads training grounds are watched over by fearless seafarer Skelemaeus, famed in death as he was famed in life.
We cannot fail with such a
It's always
genius on our
Skelly,
side.
chat, from the first game.
There's something new here.
The Tablet of Peace. Okay, hold on. Gather from mineral deposits for valuable silver and more. So I'm definitely going to pick this. But if I had more silver, I could pick the Tablet of Peace, which compels certain lone shades to the crossroads and gain large sums of psyche. Oh, okay. So that'll allow me to activate more Arcana cards. Yeah, it's like, it's weird because I'm not really sure. Like,
It shall serve you well.
which is more important at the moment. You can see it looks like you can definitely get multiple upgrades. There is a dash now in the game, which is just after you a sprint. After you dash, if you hold it down, your character continues to sprint.
That stick has got some heft. A solid hit. I must go.
Cad the master of phonetics? Yeah.
Let us continue.
Hey, what's up, Fox? How's it going? Just playing some Hades 2 here.
Somehow.
Just checking it out. It just came out today. The dash strike is that, then that. Oh, okay. And special is just triangle. There we go. All right, let's go out on another run. Welcome, everybody.
The trident sigil. There's some raw silver I can use.
Ooh, raw silver. Oh, looks like you have to mine it multiple times. Ooh, it's gonna make it spicy if you try to do that in the middle of this.
Father's brothers, aren't you? Then
But how
help
is your
them.
stream?
In the name of Hades.
Did you play Hades? I heard it's really good.
Accept this
Definitely
message.
recommend playing Hades. I'm somebody that doesn't really like roguelike games too much, but Hades is more of a roguelite where like you do individual runs, they're each different, but in between the runs, or rather during the runs, you gather some sort of currency that allows you to upgrade so that each run over time, you actually end up getting better. So it's actually really good. And like, there's story as you complete the run more times. So it actually kind of unfolds the more you're successful. It's really cool. I do highly recommend it. It's a great game. I said this before, but it's like going all the way back to that year. You had Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, and Last of Us 2, and I'm like, I don't really care between Hades or Ghost of Tsushima. Both those were good games. They should have won Game of the Year. And to me, it's like Last of Us 2 should not have. It was a understandably hyped game for a lot of people, but like Hades did a great job with revolutionizing this formula and kind of just perfecting it. And in the same degree, I played Ghost of Tsushima, and it's one of the few like 10 out of 10 games I've ever like rated. So like, again, I think it's like these games are actually really solid, and I highly recommend them. Even if you're not necessarily a fan of this particular genre, try it out. You might be surprised and you might like it. Sounds like Risk of Rain 2. Yes. Like Risk of Rain 2's got more of that like 3D aspect to it. This is more like top-down isometric, but it is still really good. Comes out on PC. I'm playing it again. Yeah, I am too. It's that good that I told him, I was like, I don't care. I'm gonna get it because I never played the director's cut stuff.
Well, how about we turn the tide and exact terrible revenge for poor old Hades and his kin?
Okay, so let's see. So this is Poseidon stuff. Your attacks hit foes with a splash that knock other foes away. Okay. Your Omega Cast immediately detonates, dealing damage and knocking foes away. Your Sprint deals damage on impact and knocks foes away, but uses 5 mana per hit. So we're just going to go with Wave Strike.
May all our enemies drown.
You can see it just is kind of going to keep people away. Oh, what? Huh? Dude, that is super weird. It's like sometimes it connects and sometimes it doesn't.
Near all of the near endless pathways in suffocating Erebus lead to dead ends, and very scarce are those who can navigate them.
But this is also a great game if you like, you know, history or mythology, especially like the Greek pantheon. I can't believe they hit me there, though. I don't think there's anything else I can mine or touch here. Let's go on in. There we go. It has like a huge splash effect. That almost hit me. Game like slowed down for a second there. Definitely check it out at some point. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so maybe it's just that I was missing or hitting an object in between. Because it looks like it definitely has some great reach for an attack.
Good.
Wait, fish? Tool required. Okay, so there's fishing in this one. It's even better now. It's now a 10 out of 10 game. It included fishing. So I think this is one of those spirits up there on the top left that they were saying if you have a tool, you can guide back. Yeah, so that would be if you had the right tool, you can compel them to return. Okay, so I could get knockback and potentially like freezing type stuff. Or I'm trying to remember, this is Apollo, and I think Apollo is like AoE. Oh, that's difficult. That's really difficult. Oh, I'm gonna go with freezing for now. Oh my god, they're so fast.
Grandmother.
Probably my least favorite design here.
I was certain you were gone. Scarce born, only to be taken by Kronos.
AoE splash sounds fun. Oh, it probably would be.
And those nearest her.
It'd be great for clearing.
The witch of the crossroads got you out of there, did she?
It'd be great for clearing like fodder. Terrible, really, against bosses, probably. Because at least this slows bosses. But we'll see. I might get it anyways if I get another opportunity. Specials deal more damage and inflict freeze. Your cast deal damage in the area and inflict freeze. I can't really spam that though. Sprint forms a cyclone that lingers around you after you stop. Vortex that makes foes 20% slower and their range shots 60% slower. Oh, Oh, this is difficult because I'm not really sure. I feel like I want the Arctic Ring, but it probably depends on... No, you know what? We're going to go with that. Because my special's my ranged attack here. That'd be a mini-boss. We're going to go to Chiron. We're going to go to the mini-boss because I literally haven't... Well... This is toughy because, like... I'm definitely at full so I can take on the mini-boss. But also on the flip side, I have, like, enough to actually purchase from Chiron. But I should get a Chiron visit.
A root stalker. Got to move.
Oh! Oh, what? Bro! Well, this looks like this is easy cheese now. They can't get out of this.
Foul spirit.
Like I said.
In the name of Hades.
Frost is freaking broken. Your casts repeatedly deal damage in the area and inflict freeze. After remaining inactive, you rapidly restore magic until you act. This will actually allow me to use magic more. Like Prime Berry that absorbs 1 instance of damage. This could also be really good. I just we'll do this.
I see.
This actually gives me, and I'm gonna say this, I feel like magic should passively regen over time, because without that, like, you're not really gonna like do it. I feel like, right? Like, at least I won't. I will be heavily incentivized not to use magic if I can't replenish it easily. Oh, I could have actually swatted that. Ooh, close. Yeah, the splash effect of Poseidon stuff is really good, though. You gotta look around the map, see if there's anything that you can destroy. Because sometimes things like this will have, like, just gold in them. So this is an interaction. Use magic heavily, yeah. No, and I'm not saying you shouldn't. You probably just need builds that allow you to some extent.
Arachne, the outfit you wove for me was so beautiful. I'm sorry to say I got into a bit of a scrape or two, and I'm afraid it didn't survive.
Oh, that's quite all right, silly. It wasn't made to last. What is? It was made to be in the moment with you.
The moment.
Now here, I've plenty more.
Okay, so makes your cast deal 100% more damage. Damn, that's actually strong. Makes you restore 5 magic every 1 second. So that would also be really strong. I think we're gonna go with the Emerald Dress again, though, which just literally makes me restore some and it's 50. Especially since I took the earlier boon. Okay, so we have a boon upgrade or money. I think we go with a boon upgrade.
Weave on.
Dude, that, oh my god. Oh god, that splash effect is just freaking nuts. Oh, really? So the problem with the armor is it gives you more. This wasn't the thing in the first game. But it is temporary light. So like you literally will not get more. Okay, your attack hit foes with a splash and knocks other foes away. So that's the splash damage. That's the special damage. And that can increase it up to 45. I think we go with the splash damage. Yeah, we'll go with splash. It'll help with the clears. More Poseidon or more health? Man, these are always tough on me because I have to like think about like where do I see the build, and usually I go with like more health because just having more of a buffer is usually better. But it definitely depends on the build. Yeah, okay, so that splash can be blocked by the rock. That's what happened to me and how I got hit the very first, like, area. Which is good, because it works both ways. Oh! Yeah, bro! Yeah, how about no? How about you stay the hell away from me? You smelled the rock is cooking? No, but I hear what that thing is screaming. Okay, it's another fishing spot. Definitely gonna take the potential for more boom. Oh, damn it. That was a stupid hit. Oh, that was also a stupid hit. Too much crap moving around this. We gotta clear out the fodder. Okay, some more ambrosia, more silver. It looks like at least I'm getting a ton of silver on this run. So, boon upgrade or Charon? I just don't know if this is the final one before her. If it is, it needs to be Charon. But this may be a bad choice.
Hail, boatman.
To do both of these or just this?
I bear the gift you generously gave to me. But it can't hurt.
Ahead, the underworld princess shall again confront the one who raised her and taught to her the means by which she may prevail.
There's always more to learn.
I think I'm good. I think I'll get the new one. Sprint is faster and inflicts daze on nearby foes. Take damage your foe. Like, Light Smite's interesting. I don't think it's actually that good. We're gonna go with Solar Ring.
Moonlight guide you.
There you are. You surpassed me before, yet I wonder, was it your mastery over our craft? Or did the fates themselves perhaps provide a little nudge?
Come, Headmistress. If I could be provoked that easily, I'd stand no chance at all. Not even if the fates desired otherwise.
Good fortune seldom comes to those in no position to receive it. Show me your victory was no mere accident.
You fool, it was an accident. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Okay, she's fast with that second one. Oh, what? What? She summoned it right on me. Oh, right. I gotta kill the ads. Ah. Oh, damn it, dude.
I have more hexes up my sleeve.
So you can kind of just outrange her.
Like that. I never used to miss.
Okay, so I actually did manage to dodge it. That's the first time I've ever fully dodged that skill. She normally turns you into, like, was it a goat or something?
Tremble beneath the moon.
Oh, wow. Damn, she is just camping that spot. God, she just keeps doing this. And it's not hard to dodge.
Hold. At ease. Impressive show of force.
I was just kind of trying, where I got hit early on was I was trying to like get used to like dodging through her. And you just got to know that she basically will almost always double tap it. So it's kind of terrifying a little bit. Okay, I don't see anything else destructible on the map. Maybe right there. Fake one doesn't damage and then it's a guessing game. Yeah, you can tell it's fake if it starts flashing green.
Is that?
A word, if you please. Pray, who might you be, my girl? And what compelled you to wander in and out of Erebus?
I'm not your girl, old man.
I don't trust this
My
guy.
name and business are not your concern.
So it seems. You appear to be quite pressed for time. Forgive this old man his transgressions.
To avoid the second, yeah.
Couldn't have been.
Well, I just default to basically running away from her because she has too many, like, clear out moves. He's got a totally trustable face?
There's
Sure.
that rancid scent.
Trustable.
Got here first.
Oh, great.
Can I, like, not talk to her?
Out of my way, Eris. I won't be wasting any further breath on you while you perpetuate this nonsense.
You never understood me, Trouble. Fine, you don't have to. Just remember that I'm doing this for your own good. And actually, mine too. Death to Kronos.
If you say death to Kronos, why are you cursing me? Ah, damn it. I didn't get the jars there. Omega lol. Get ranged. Okay, got him. Oh shit. Easy.
It's done.
Haven't seen anything on the tables yet. Like they're there, but nothing actually there. Oh! I thought that was going to be something lootable.
Limestone.
Okay. Money, health, or mana. Mana's kind of worthless. I guess it probably upgrades your total mana pool. I actually don't know. God, dude. Oh my god, dude.
Lotus.
Another unique interaction.
I mean, come on, just... Oh.
It's not him. The Chiron?
Yeah. Well, would you look at that? Another would-be suitor journeyed far and wide just to gaze upon me. Not that I blame you, and get totally rejected. Fine. Ogle if you must.
You have the wrong idea. I'm not seeking a mate. I don't even know who you are.
What? I'm Narcissus, dummy. The Narcissus. And if you're no would-be suitor,
yeah,
then why don't you relieve me of one of these innumerable gifts the
that
others
makes
offer in
sense.
vain? Then beat it.
Okay, receive a gift of 50 hearts and 10 thing. Receive a gift of 6 and 100. 25 and 50. That would top me. Good with that. How many bosses have I beaten farce? Just the first one twice.
Thanks. Thank you.
Oh boy! A forced mini-boss battle.
Now that's a sea serpent.
Oh! What the... Oh, damn it. Oh, really? Cheese. Yeah, he isn't getting an attack off now, chat. Like I said, Frost kind of broken. Just had to break the bar and then I could permanently stagger him.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay, your spirit forms cyclone around you that lingers after you stop. Oh, sorry, sprint. Your attack deals more damage but uses 10 mana. Your freeze effects last longer. Do I have a rare boon? Will it tell me if it's going to replace one, chat? Does it feel like it'll replace that? But maybe not. Last game did? Okay.
Greater might.
That which slithers, seeps, and crawls, all of it thrives within the foul air and crushing climate near the bottom of the sea.
The air is definitely stuffier down here. Jump.
So I can't talk to him. I can get an upgrade. I can actually get all of this.
In the name of Hades.
Your sprint is faster and inflicts daze on nearby foes. Sprint speed plus 50. Casts expand in spot in size until they expire. You deal more damage until you take damage. This is great for fodder, terrible for bosses. I think we go with blinding sprint. Not the best, but it works. So if goes away. Of course, I got the blinding sprint level up. Dear God. Yeah, give me the longer freeze. Like, what the shit? Dude, what? It's like every once in a while it just decides it's gonna like blow me away. Wait, gift? So I can gift the gods now. Wait, no, you could gift the gods in the past, right?
Hear me, on my authority.
Flash effects from Poseidon also slip on inflict slip on foes. Afflicted foes take more damage and are knocked further away. That works on a boss, that could be nice. Whenever you claim a minor find or similar resource reward, a copy may appear. I mean, that'd be nice just in general, but after you enter a location, prime 30 to reduce any damage you would take. Wait, after you enter a location. Hold on. That seems strong. But it's also only -2. I think we go with Slip.
The tides come in.
Okay. Nothing else to get on the map. Looks like another fishing spot. I don't know. Jesus, dude, the fucking steam vents. What is this fucking bullet hell? Dude, that freeze effect is so fucking long.
A gift.
But yeah, the music in Hades is also great. Okay, I've only got 74, so we're gonna take the health. Oh boy. See, I just...
On with the show.
I knew it. She's come back. You ready for another show, lady? We've been rehearsing our material, practicing non-stop because one day I'm gonna be a star. Oh, me and the gals.
What do your musical ambitions have to do with unprovoked acts of violence against me?
She's just heckling us gals. Ignore her and take it from the top. 2, 3, 4. With our skill and the sirens. Come on, sailors, hear my music. Echoing through the sea.
Ooh, ow. Ah, damn it. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I see. Damn it, dude. It's like trying to keep track of all three of them is fucking nutty. Dude, this song sounds like it's voiced by a familiar voice. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just trying to avoid all the AoE. That was fucked, but okay. Damn, dude. So is she just like immune? Or is it like I defeated that siren? Think you defeated her? Good. Should actually make the fight easier. Oh, what? Oh, dude, what? What? Yeah, I don't like how well that other one tracks. Like, she follows you. I know there's gonna be another phase. Because I'm not even, like, I'm barely at halfway. Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? One HP. I do have a Death Defiance, but god damn it, dude.
I think not.
There's just so much shit to dodge. And like, you kind of need to like be able to cut back, and depending on it, sometimes it's just not easy. Okay. Should make the fight a little bit easier. These two orbs are the main fucking issue. I still don't understand the totem. Can the totems like block the orbs at all? That was not good. I took that risk to try to be able to spam. It's all the like bouncing bullshit. She ran into her own friend.
This shall be their final cruise. Down, down, king of bones with a coral crown. Drown, drown.
There we go. So I guess she can't be killed, or rather, she's the last one? Oh, what the f- Dude, if not for the splash damage. Own! Holy shit!
A bit too close.
Woo! That was a dickish move at the end. Holy crap! I did not expect that to be a thing. I was like, God damn.
Show's over, everyone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In all seriousness, that boss is probably too hard for the second boss. Like, there's a couple things I think need to be tweaked about it.
Long shall those immortal songstresses be stilled.
But it's more just like, I feel like certain builds are just naturally gonna like get caked on that.
Doubtless only till my next attempt.
So we upgrade our shit, yeah?
The edge of Oceanus.
Oh boy, 30 more health. Time to die.
Big drop.
Oh, what is this?
Don't lose your way here, Mel.
Way status lost. They're like,
it's watching me.
what is? Oh, it's a face. I can't poke its eye out. I don't trust that, whatever it is. I feel like it'll damage me.
Across the fields, beyond the bridge. Seek there a pathway down.
Why do I want to go down? You gonna say the same thing? No? There's nothing? I'm confused. Cat, any ideas? Up left. Probably over here. No? Oh. Huh?
That's more than usual. No heiress, thank the gods.
How did I not see this?
It's all so vast.
What fresh new hell awaits me? Oh, you're an enemy. Okay. Not sure. So I just got armor.
What is that? It's stuck.
Uh-oh. Is that a huge gelatinous slime?
Shall I take it?
No. Giving me some Diablo 4 vibes right now. Too many snake people. It looks like they have knockback is what that is. This doesn't actually damage me. I definitely got hit by it like twice.
And now my claim.
Okay. Your attacks hit foes with splash damage is increased. Sprint is faster and inflicts daze on nearby foes. Your freeze effects last longer. That's getting kind of ridiculous. I think we're gonna keep going for more splash damage.
The last one. Lord Charon will want this.
Yeah, Lord Charon will want money. So is this just like an open field zone? Like, this is kind of weird.
Miasma.
Miasma, chat! Ah! Right in miasma.
Look for the golden petals on the ground.
I mean, I could look for the gold. Oh, God. What is... That man tried to give me the suck. You can fish here?
Mourners.
Oh God, he's mooting.
Stay where you are.
Honestly, the staff as a starter weapon just seems better to me too. Like compared to Hades with the sword.
We're almost there. Hold on.
Oh shit. He actually got a hit in.
I think I can finally go.
Action! So mini boss or double boons?
I'm getting farther.
I'd rather not tempt the mini boss. What? What cursed shit is that? What the f- Oh my God, dude. That was a particularly potent combo of them. Sucking with stabbing with rolling.
Should try an incantation back home.
But I do agree these zones feel too large.
Myrtle.
Red Wolf, thank you for the follow. my god, dude. Okay, you're never getting an attack off ever again.
Not good enough.
Oh, at least it shows you where it is.
Greater focus.
You take damage. You're, I don't know about that. Do more damage till you take damage. Cast expanded spies until they expire. Okay, that is either another mini boss or the final one, which actually I don't think it's the final one because I think it'd be in red. It doesn't look like you take damage if you hit the wall, thankfully. I'm not willing to like keep pressing into it to find out. You do take damage if you touch the thorns. Great, now I have 2 less health. Let's be honest, it was going to kill me either way. Chiron, buddy, old pal.
That's right.
You're the only one keeping this run alive.
Can't get through.
Dude, even the Chiron map feels like it's too big. And no health.
A deep ravine within the fields of mourning spreads forth like a gash across the underworld's heart. And even hateful spirits know to stay away.
Need to keep pushing forward, out of here.
By power up. That's not like a full power up though. Three gold shy of being able to buy everything.
May I?
And follows you even as you start to channel it. Ooh, that could be nice.
Cool and brisk. Salutations.
We salute the Chiron. For those who are about to die, namely me. Money. God damn. Places a random power frame. Oh, right. Yes. Yes, they are. I totally forgot about that.
There's one.
What the f is that? Okay, big boy's down. Yeah, these zones are like... Sorry, I keep forgetting I have dash chat. Forgive me.
Smackers.
What are you, fucking football thrower? Okay.
All quiet.
After remaining inactive, specials deal more damage and inflict more freeze. Yep. I'm gonna take that because that's just a 20% damage upgrade every time I press triangle. Choo-choo.
A withered bough.
I have no idea what the shit that is. Why is it getting incredibly dark? Oh, I see. It just inverts. What?
Return to shadow now.
Okay, run over. Gotta see you tomorrow. Yeah, it's no problem. I know I was on late, chat. I was kind of like waiting on the run to end, but I didn't want to give up on the run. But it'd be with... Oh, apparently we got a, like, flashback.
2, 1.
It is the dead of night within a haunted, barely moonlit thicket at the
Just punched you, I
underworld's
guess so.
edge. There, a young forsaken princess hunts her prey.
Ready or not, hence I go. I bid you farewell for now, Lord Hypnos. Where could she be?
The keen-eyed princess finds a set of tracks, suggesting that her foe trod through this dusty ground not very long before.
Shush, Homer. How shall I ever catch her if you're going to describe my every move?
Young Melano's cute.
I've no idea to whom you refer, to whom the Princess of the Dead refers, as she continues on her fateful search.
Quit teasing me and help me look.
You'll find her yet.
Odysseus, have you seen Hecate about?
Not in a little while, little goddess. Though I'd expect that pointy hat of hers to give her away.
I'll look for it. Thank you.
Well, she's got to be around here somewhere, little goddess.
Got you, Hecate. You're dead.
Got me, you did, Millennium. But I dare say I can escape your clutches yet.
Hey!
Big Borker?
Hi, Shades. Is Hecate about? Huh. Not seen her, huh?
I can't go up there.
Over there. There you are. Got you again.
Ah, so persistent. Give up already, witch. For I'm a titaness. You cannot vanquish me.
I can and shall. Aha. I got...
It's merely that I've not heard your laughter before. Reminded me of your mother. A much preferable sound to that of grief.
I promise not to cry again. I still get sad sometimes, but not as much.
Do not make promises you cannot keep. When tears well up, let them spill forth. They're not so precious that they need be contained.
But you never cry, Hecate. And I wish to become strong like you. So that I might find Kronos and destroy him for what he's done. And then you could hear my mother's laugh again.
And I shall do everything in my power to prepare you, so that you may succeed where I failed. If not for your family's sake, then for your birthright, as the princess of the underworld.
What do you mean you failed? You tried to beat Kronos yourself? He hurt you?
Concern yourself with your own pain, not mine. Destroying Kronos shall not change the past, and the pain shall linger, though assert itself less frequently with age. But enough of this. On the morrow, we shall teach you to hunt greater prey.
Truly? Death to Kronos.
Oh, yes, death to Kronos. Oh.
They were all so happy together, weren't they? And oblivious to the Titan's threat.
Yeah, I don't know about all so happy together, but sure.
Ooh. Ever think maybe we're just not cut out for this, Mel? Me with the haunting, you with the... What are you trying to do again?
Find the Titan of Time. Punish him for his crimes against my family. Restore the rightful ruler of the underworld. Hey, you're cut out for haunting, Dora.
Oh, thanks. Just like I'm sure you're cut out for all that other stuff.
Yeah, the other stuff. Okay, chat, do I need to, like, save? Or is it gonna save the second I, like, leave?
Where are you, Headmistress? I've had these in my head for long enough.
Saved already? Okay. Alright. We're going to end it here for tonight. Thank you guys for staying so late. I'm sorry stream ran over, but it was fun. I did enjoy this, and I didn't want to give up on the run. Let me see who I'll be on. I don't have much of anyone on, but I do see a rare artist that I haven't seen or been able to raid in a while. So I'm going to raid him. It's EU03 Art, but I believe he's known as Click Again on Twitter. And we're going to go say hi to him. And again, thank you guys for being here. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing the Creamhild review and media share night. So if you guys haven't already, get on the Discord. You guys know the drill. Go on in there, request your stuff, and, you know, again, hopefully we get to it. Thank you guys. Good night. Go give EU03 Art my love, and I will see you guys tomorrow.